Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of mad actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined, as ever, by Robbie, Terror of the Deep Bellekom, Sam, nice. Terror of the Sheep, Burns, and Ellie, Terrifying Feet, Sparrow.
Why are my feet terrifying?
I don't know.
Well, am I a pair of terrifying feet?
Or do you perform, or are you yourself a terrifying feat?
I feel like I am that.
One.
It's
Definitely
a terrifying feat that I'm alive.
Do you perform terrifying feats?
No, I am one. I physically, my existence is one.
Oh, well, I know what I'm taking at level 12.
A terrifying feat.
It'd be quite nice being able to take, a terrifying presence as a feat.
Ah,
yeah.
Well,
that would be good.
It's like the dragon's
It would make sense.
Well,
you get, you get proficiency in intimidation, and once per long rest you get some sort of fear thing. That'd be great.
That's a great feat.
I mean, I'd be willing for that to happen.
Homebrew fear
Need
feat.
to look into that.
Yeah.
It would make no sense for Scamp.
Oh,
it would be weird.
Amazing for Scamp because it would make no sense.
Hooves, yeah.
One of these campaigns, I'm really hoping one of you will play a wizard so that we can get into making new spells at some point. But
you've had a wizard to play with before.
True. But Oksana wasn't around.
Did you see the Unearthed Arcana they released ages ago for people listening? Psionics. It looks great.
Ooh, I'll have to check it out.
That looks fun.
So, speaking of terrifying feats, it's time for us to ask Future Us, what terrifying feats are in the messages from the present? It's Future Jason with messages from the present. Listen up for a spot from our friends over at Steamrollers during the break this episode. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be performing our first live Flintlocks show at Pod UK. Yes, we're mentioning it again. Saturday, 1st February, from 12 till 1:30 in the auditorium. We'd love to see you there, and actually see you we shall. The live show will be recorded and will go up on air at a later date. Don't forget to check out the actual play panel, held at 10:15 to 11:15 in the panels room, with Ellie Sparrow and Maximilian John from the Infinite Bad podcast, where you can learn about setting up your own podcast. In its second year, Pod UK is the UK's only fan-focused podcasting convention, dedicated to bringing independent podcasting into the spotlight. Pod UK is held at Millennium Point in Birmingham, a perfect travel hub for those in and out of the UK. You can book tickets at rocksaltevents.com/poduk2020. Finally, by the way, a quick word on bonus content. This week's bonus content is our Dragon Meat special, recorded way back in December, I believe, possibly the back end of November, with special guests Chloe Machita and Chris Hislop from Adventurers Wanted. Unusually for bonus content, this forms part of our regular continuity. So if you usually skip the bonus content, listen to that bonus episode before listening to episode 82. If in the distant future this is all on an album or some such, we'll put it next on the track list. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Past Jason.
I feel like me and Jason have just revealed something about our personal life there, because this is what we do when we're on our own, in a train station and bored.
Yeah.
We do small songs at each other. We're actually really weird in real life.
This is as if we're not on air.
This is true, but I feel like it's maybe even weirder, because I don't know. I feel like when you've been in a relationship for a long time, things get weird when you're on your own.
If you think this is a revelation to us, you have concealed it poorly.
Speaking of revelations...
A burn from Burns there today.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm funny.
It's time for us to begin Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm, or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs. The Sulian Revolution has stabilised, and the Krakensbane is underway, having now acquired a small fortune in recovered treasure from the Pyramid of Kibir Nagash. The party have set about the process of recruiting their crew.
You could say the Krakensbane is waiting for its crew to jump aboard.
Yes! Oh, perfect.
At some point during this, it probably occurred to at least one of you that with the amount of money you recovered, if you didn't have, pressing long-term goals, you could probably just, give up this whole vengeance quest thing and live an extremely comfortable life somewhere.
I've got 9 gold. I could not.
Well, not now that you've spent the, 24 grand or so that was your total net worth beforehand.
True.
I did work it out. It was like 20.
Oh,
you did have in total net worth of 24 grand.
That's a lot of money.
That is.
Actually 25, because you did really well on your persuasion checks to
Yes,
negotiate
we
extra payments.
Thank you.
Still though, having made your decisions for the most part as to recruitment, there are a couple of recruitment issues still to resolve. You still need a surgeon and a cook, and although you have met the leader of the new group of goblins in your crew, one Shen Yu, you've yet to meet the sergeant of the local, of the breakaway company of Brannigan's Blades. Trialer and his spider tieflings have yet to arrive. There are no doubt conversations you will want to have with people. There may be post still, or other messages still to arrive.
I love D&D post.
And you have a little bit of general time remaining. Just to recap the decisions that you have already made, you elected to outfit the Krakensbane's hull with a hardening enchantment, increasing its armor class from 14 to 15, and granting it an additional 100 hit points. So it now has 700 hit points on its hull. Masts and other components still have their own individual hit points, but their armor class is raised accordingly. You have elected to comprise your crew 2/5 of tieflings from Kion, 1/5 as the experienced Shen clan of goblins, skilled and experienced sailors with a possibly dubious reputation, and for the remainder you have hired on experienced old hands from Delay, sailors who've been veterans of numerous ship journeys across sea, each of whom has at least a solid 8 or 9 years experience under their belts. Mm-hmm. This has had effects on the final quality of your crew as well, which I'll discuss when you set sail. So, you also elected to have a sanctum seal emplaced in your ship.
So excited.
Now you have the sanctum room is set up as essentially a portioned off piece of this cargo hold that's a 10-foot cubed room, large enough should you eventually decide to install a teleport circle, but otherwise a windowless just room lit by a little oil lantern. So the question I'm actually going to pose to Corzin is, where in the ship would you like the seal to be anchored? Because if the seal is ever broken, the sanctum effect will dispel until it can be restored.
Ooh.
So you need to select a physical location where you want the sanctum seal to be. So you could put it in your stateroom, in the forecastle, or you could hide it somewhere on the ship. You could even put it in the sending room itself.
Suggestion. Could it be placed at the the base of the main mast. So if you imagine you've got the main mast going through the top deck into the very center of the ship.
Yeah.
Could it be placed there?
Yeah. I guess it. Do you want it physically covered by the mast? Essentially, so you'd have to hack through the mast to get to it.
I think that would make the most sense. Also, what I'm thinking is that it would be a place that would be very difficult to get to if you were somebody just boarding or infiltrating, and it's not a place that is, the place that's least likely to be damaged in battle.
Okay. No, happily.
Yeah, because it's not near a wall.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to make a
We
note
don't
for
want
this
it
one.
in the one place that it can be scryed on. So a sending room's a bad place for it.
Yes. Okay, so your sanctum seal is beneath the main mast on the bottom deck.
Okay.
That sounds sensible to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This does mean that if your sanctum seal is ever damaged by some other means, I don't know what those means could be, but just to be aware of it, it will be an involved process to get to it for repairs as well.
Right. Okay.
I also think that makes it less likely that you would get it
But
damaged.
it's also
Yeah.
very secure. What you essentially end up doing is installing a very small hollow space just beneath the mast, like inside the bottom part of the mast where they place the seal. So it's kind of actually. I'm thinking about how you would do it, because the seal is usually done onto a surface. Does placing? Yeah, I guess what they do is they scribe the seal. They lift up the mast, scribe the seal onto the base of the hole directly beneath it, and then place the mast onto it. So the mast is now completely covering it. That's fine.
Okay.
If
yes. Sorry, go on.
No, it's fine. If you're one point to be aware of is, let's be honest. If your hull gets damaged enough for the sanctum seal to get damaged, you probably have other issues.
Probably bigger problems, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was also part of my thinking, but what I was going to ask is, would this make it more difficult to tell if the seal had been damaged somehow?
Ooh.
It is, yeah. Here's the thing.
Could Scamp just do detect magic?
Oh yeah, detect magic will tell you whether a sanctum is up.
Yeah.
Okay,
while you're in
great,
it.
fine.
So that's a way to do it. But if you that is one way. Honestly, that's the way that most places with a ship's mage would test this sort of thing.
Cool.
Okay, that's simple
Can
enough
we
then.
preemptively say it's something that we do every night before bed?
Sure.
Just check
okay.
it's intact.
Yeah. So I'm going to note this down. So
It would be part of your daily duties as the ship's mage.
That makes sense.
So you're
Maybe every evening and every morning, because it's a ritual, so it wouldn't cost me a spell slot.
okay. So I'll put this on your daily routine. 2 times day, detect magic on ship. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So you set that part of your daily routine. You set the sanctum
Thank you.
seal securely beneath the mast, so it's difficult to get to. All right. So, here's a thing to be aware of. It is difficult. It is essentially impossible to conceal from the crews building your ship that you are getting this feature installed. Now, the crews that are building your ship and the dwarves doing the enchanting are both contractually obligated not to blab about this sort of thing. But it's a thing to be aware of. There exist people in the world other than you who do know that this exists.
Right, okay.
None of them are probably in the crew of the ship, though.
No, they wouldn't actually, because the goblins the goblins only offered to do the final. The goblins did offer to help with construction as part of their new duties, but I can say that you got this installed before they started work.
Yeah, I think in
Right.
character I would have made a thing of that.
Yeah,
Having listened to his thoughts.
yeah. So
And I think also in character I would have requested that nobody else knew about it other than us.
yeah. So as far as the crew
At least
is,
with where it is. you
yeah,
know.
as far as the
Yeah.
crew is concerned, only the 3 of you are aware of the location of the Sanctum Seal.
Yeah.
So, if you want other members of, say, the Officer Corps to be aware of it or similar, then you need to pass that information on deliberately to them.
Cool.
Benny would know, wouldn't they? Because
Benny also knows because Benny is the shipwright.
Yeah.
Whether Benny remembers is a whole different thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whether Benny gives a shit is a whole different thing.
Speaking of which, actually, once the seal has been installed and you and the crews with Benny have overseen the mast being lowered
I
down,
love Benny.
Yeah.
she kind of wipes her brow and turns to you. Oh, right. Well, that's taken care of. So
Yes.
we're pretty much well underway. You'll be happy to know.
Really?
Excellent.
Yes. So now I'm looking forward to completion by the 1st, unless any unexpected difficulties pop up. And I'm not saying they can't, but fingers crossed. The Morrison with us and the Regent, whatever. Then we should be ready to go by high tide on the 1st of Falling Blossom.
The ship
Brilliant
that
news.
we own is nearly finished.
Indeed.
We nearly own a ship.
Yeah, we do.
Speaking of which, I've had a bit of a word with Oscar, Mr. Schwartz, since he came. He actually popped by yesterday. After
Yeah, we
Was there
ran
any trouble
into
for
him.
you, did he?
Oh, he had a few words to say, but I think I've smoothed everything out now. Anyway, I've asked for a leave of absence for a while, which also coincides with some investments that turns out that he was planning to make over in Thunder's Wash, which is one of the colony cities. So
in Sunder.
Over in Sunder, that's right. So...
I don't know any cities in Sunder. Maybe we should do some research.
Yeah.
How many does Corzin know about?
roll a history check.
Okay.
I mean, not that stopped me when I was coming up to the surface, don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
but where on earth are we going?
Not
Are
that
we?
many, that's a 9.
9. Okay. You are vaguely aware of the layout of Sunder. Like, you know that Sunder is actually 2 continents. Well, I mean, it's one continent split down the middle by a narrow inner sea, sort of almost inland sea. The channel of Sunder that goes through the centre. And because of the way that, the equivalent of Gulf Streams and so on work, the climate is generally quite warm, but it's more temperate in eastern Sunder, whereas western Sunder is quite heavily jungled by comparison.
Okay.
Honestly, you don't know much about the native powers of Sunder. You know that there are people there. You've heard that there are lizard-like people, the Yonti, living on on western Sunder. You know that there are people living on eastern Sunder who are... You're not really sure. You've heard rumours that they can turn into birds, but you think that might be sailor talk. So you don't know a lot about that. It's not really been a big focus of the news you have heard. You do know that there are several larger Jovan colonies there. The major powers are the biggest power, arguably in Sunder, actually, specifically in Western Sunder, is Feroz. Although Feroz may have lost much of its influence in Jova and even its Haldanic colonies, Ferosians were the first Jovan explorers to reach Sunder. Way back in the early 1400s.
Right, yeah.
Thereabouts. You're not sure of the exact date. They turned up and they found out there was a absolute shit ton of gold and silver there. So they proceeded to set up a number of colonies, subjugate the local population, the Yonti, and there was once upon a time, when literal treasure ships filled with looted gold and silver would go back to Feroz. The very end of that era was about 40 years ago, during the time of Bloodbeard Brandy. and so on. Since then, the silver market crashed because it got too glutted with stolen silver, and their economy has had a bit of a downturn, to put things lightly. Still, though, they do have a large number of colonies there. There are a number of, technically speaking, they're Tyrian colonies, but there's a distinction between Tyrian in the sense of the regent states within the Tyrian state of Tyre, and the broader, 40 or so tiny nations that are collectively referred to as the Tyrian states. They're basically almost like city-states. If you, to be blunt, if you think of Italy during much of its history, or the Holy Roman Empire, you're in the right sort of area. It's like it's a whole bunch of tiny states that share the same culture, but are not politically unified. One of them is Border. Border is not far from Seoul, actually. It's near the border with Seoul, and it is a large mercantile state which has a number of trading colonies.
Mercantile?
So it's run essentially by a merchant government.
Oh, cool.
Like Venice.
Yeah, it is actually a republic with a... Well, it's not really exactly a freely elected doge so much as the rich people get together and argue with each other until they decide which rich person wants to be on top. So there are a few kind of bordered colonies there on Western Sunder as well. You don't know much about them, but you know that there are a large number of coffee and sugar plantations there, and that's where a lot of tobacco comes from, as well. But the other two main, you've even heard tale of a couple of failed attempts by Wending to settle some colonies there. But the ones you are most familiar with are it was the 8 colonies. It's now the 13 colonies of Orsyria. See, Orsyria and Seoul both had large colonial holdings, relatively speaking, in Sunder, particularly in eastern Sunder. And Seoul has lost about just over half of their colonies there, including St. Gregorsville, in the most recent war before this one.
Oh, were they just taken by the Osirians?
Yeah, the Osirians essentially won them by right of conquest.
You planted that seed a long time ago.
Yes, I did.
I remember those two little blokes talking about it in episode 4 or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
We overheard a conversation and eavesdropped. That's really weird. That was ages ago.
And it was episode 4 or something.
It was episode 4 because we all hid behind barrels or something and just listened to them for a bit. I remember.
Yeah, you actually got a newspaper at one point which pronounced the end of that war and the ceding of the territory.
Yeah, I remember.
So
that's super strange.
There are now 30. I mean, there are. The 13 colonies is more like one large stretch, very colonized stretch. There are other smaller Osirian colonies as well, especially on the Sugar Islands, where they get a lot of their sugar from. But what you are aware, though, is Sunder is vast as Haldanos, but far less settled, or at least settled by, as sailors would refer to it, civilized people. You've heard tales of savages, people eaters, giant birds, all of the usual stuff, but you know very little concrete about what's actually there. You do know that one of the largest trading ports in Osirian Sunder, though, is the city of Thunder's Watch. Thunder's Wash, sorry.
Oh, Thunder's Wash.
Yes, it's on the River Thunder.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, where are we going and why? What is our purpose? I've kind of lost track.
I have a selfish motivation. I want to help Leah find Michael.
That is not selfish, and yes, that we should do.
I mean selfish in terms of a whole fucking crew, but...
Well, on the subject of selfish motivations, I quite like to find your wrist.
Do you want some
No, I
help?
would like to find him as well, because
Yes.
Something
the
weird's
idea,
happening.
the idea that a lot of highly skilled people like him are being essentially nabbed for something.
It's a bit creepy, really.
It doesn't sit quite well with me, no.
No, I don't like the idea of what they might be making.
Well,
Quite.
Especially with certain
Exactly.
things that we've seen.
Yeah.
in any case, I've had a chat with Oscar, Mr. Schwartz, and he's asked me to take over things at the new Thunder's Wash shipyards.
Okay.
Okay, well that works.
So I need to go there anyway, which means I'll also be on hand if you find anything about your wrist. And obviously, if you need any more ships built, I can kind of fast track those to the
Well,
front.
you never know.
That's
right?
fantastic, thank you.
But I need to get there. So could you do me a solid and take me there? I'd be happy to help out your carpenter
of course.
on the way.
Well,
We'd
if
love
you
to
don't
have
mind
you.
us taking a slight detour to Meadmere first.
Thanks. So long as I can pick up some souvenirs.
Oh, I'm sure we got you
Definitely.
covered there.
We will go shopping.
We'll find
it
you
will be
something fun.
great.
Fantastic. I've always wanted
Also,
a
you
little
can
samovar.
Oh, you should get a samovar. They're fun. Also, you should meet his little one. I think you'd get on really well.
Oh,
Does he like
yes.
ships?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Oh, I think
He's
we're going to get on
obsessed.
very well.
Oh, it's part of the reason I was eager to get underway as quickly as possible. It's his birthday coming up.
Oh, well, we've definitely got to get there in time.
We want to bring him a ship for his birthday because
That
he'd
is
shit
the
himself.
best gift you can give a child. Or anyone.
Yeah.
really.
Yeah. I love her so much.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you're fine with me working passage on your ship until we get to Thunder's Watch, I'm very happy to do that.
That's
Great.
perfectly fine with me.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Great.
We should also. This doesn't really concern you.
Oh,
but
that's
just
fine.
because
I've
we're
got stuff to
talking-
do.
Okay.
Toodle pip! And she just walks off.
Bye. Oh, I wasn't like dismissing her. I just didn't want her to feel like she was being left out or something because it's not something we really talked about with her around.
You watch as Benny just saunters off humming to herself
Doesn't
and
give a shit.
attending other parts of the construction. Because you guys are down in the bowels of the still under construction ship at this point.
She doesn't give a fuck, does she?
Like-
Anyway.
Nope.
She's a dwarf of simple pleasures.
I just I think maybe we should all be a bit more like her, to be honest. She's wonderful.
Yeah.
But a thing we should try and do while we're there is get you crowned Pirate King.
Oh yeah.
To
Was
be,
that?
To be frank.
Well, certainly make inroads. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about the two of you, but that just seems both kind of at the same time mental and inevitable.
I just feel like why on earth would they want anybody else except for Corzin Horhace?
Just as a reminder, Captain Briggs has also asked you to accompany him to Porto Omicidio in Sunder and to assist in the production, and to assist, as it were, in getting whatever it is that the Crimson Sails require. Basically, you owe him a favour.
Oh yeah.
Right.
He's
Yeah.
Now it's
Yeah.
not
I was actually
necessarily.
about to bring this up in character.
Yeah.
so
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No,
it's
don't
not
worry.
necessarily right at the top of your to-do list, but essentially, when you do set sail after going to Meadmere, you're going to need to make a decision of whether you want to go to Thunder's Wash first, or to try and go to Porto Omicidio first, or even just sail the trade lanes and engage in piracy.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, actually, I was going to clarify. Is he expecting us to, after we've been to Meadmere, to sail essentially in convoy with him, or is he making his own way there and we meet him there?
He's happy to do either. His contract is essentially running out here. It was just a short-term privateering sort of arrangement to help protect the southern coast. But news has come that the Sulian Navy, is now finally returning from foreign ports, where it was delayed for a few months while the revolution sorted itself out. So he's going to be out of a job anyway. So either he's willing to either putter around here for an extra month, although he's not too keen on it, or to sail ahead and meet you there. From your conversation with him, he's eager to get back, so he may sail ahead of you and essentially just trust your word that when you are able, you will come to Porto Omicidio and meet him.
If what Benny says is true, we might actually catch up to him.
Yeah.
I mean, we're supposed to be the fastest thing, out of a lot, possibly.
And, well, does he have anyone who can do the wind thing?
The Scarlet Wind, to your knowledge, does not have a ship's mage.
We might catch up to him, What do you think? What do you want to do first?
I think it might be a good course of action to, after we get to Meadmere and are ready to depart, send to him.
See where he's up to.
And then arrange a rendezvous.
Yeah, because, if he wants help soon, I'm inclined to not delay.
Also, two ships are better than one if he's wanting to raid slavers or engage in any kind of
on the passage over
action.
we could be a pair, couldn't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a really nice thought. Especially with our first trip out, while we're still a new ship with a new crew.
Yeah.
might be a good thing for morale to have somebody nearby.
Absolutely.
So that we're not taking on a ship alone.
We can take on a ship. We can take on anyone.
Absolutely we can.
I love your confidence. I'm not sure I share it, but I'm enjoying it.
No, I totally don't mean it. I'm terrified of everything.
Yeah, Sunder's a bit scary, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think what it is
Really
mainly
big
is
and
unknown
new.
to us at the moment.
Yeah, and it's really far away.
Yeah.
I've never travelled for that long.
Well, I've travelled for that long, but not without a stop. Somewhere.
I mean, it's not a bad thing, it's just weird and new, you know?
Yeah.
And a completely new place. We've no idea what it's like over there. We don't know, you know, what people do over there.
Well, for the last 2 centuries, at least, people have felt its draw for one reason or another. Usually, you know, fortune or of some kind, but...
I'm just hoping I'll be a bit less of a stupid prick than when I first came up to the surface.
Well,
You're doing fine.
I wouldn't be too optimistic.
Oh, shut up.
Nah.
So, what are we all doing today?
Well,
What do they want to do here? There's something we should do.
we should possibly arrange, or at least check in with Clara to see where she is.
Oh, shit. Why would we definitely we
yeah.
should do that? See where she's up to, see if she's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let her know the boat's coming along good.
Yeah.
I'm
Then
going
we've got the money.
to possibly... there's no real way to summarize everything we've done, but give Molly a brief overview of what's happening and when we're due to leave.
It's actually a thing that you mentioned before to me off air that you have intended you've meant when available to spend the occasional dream spell to go and converse directly with them.
Like, I think any spare dreams and sendings, and I think that's been happening from time to time.
Okay,
I think she's updated.
I'm
you
happy
know?
to abstract that. So you've both
that's
been
fine.
able to keep
She
up
knows.
up with Molly and also check in with Clara. Checking in with Clara via dream, which you've been able to do. Checking in with Clara via dream is a weird experience. Sometimes you're in the position where there's no read and you're just waiting, like when someone's awake. Sometimes you find a dream bubble normally, and sometimes you get the direction and you just walk into her. Like while she is like going in her own dream form through the dream dreamfold.
Aww.
With a little bit of actually, we'll just do one of those conversations. So there is a point where
I assume it's me casting dreams.
Yeah, it's you casting dreams. Cool. So there is a point where the pair of you all say, this happens like around this time. Meet in the middle of what seems to be a wide open green sort of field filled with what seem to be white and pink sheep, but on closer inspection are marshmallows. Just giant marshmallows moving around and eating the grass.
Have I had marshmallows before?
I think they would exist in this time, so you might have seen. You might have.
I know, but like Underdark, I've not
Roll
had everything.
D20.
A 19, I've totally had marshmallows.
You have had a
Scamp's
marshmallow before.
Given me some, yeah.
You were told. You read a very informative book at one point, which you've since found to be absolute bunkum, that informed you that they were a type of small fluffy creature that were raised in pens. Not unlike the one you're seeing these weird sheep marshmallows in.
Maybe this is a drow dream.
Regardless, you look round and you see feeding like a handful of grass to this giant friggin' marshmallow is the, again, slightly tired-looking form of Clara. Off.
Hey, you.
Hello.
How are you?
Okay. It's an interesting time.
Oh shit, how so?
No, it's a kind of good, interesting time.
Okay.
So, there's no good way to put this, but I have minions now.
Why and how? And should I be worried?
No, it's accidental. So I found this old watchtower up in the mountains.
Yeah.
It's another of Olga's old bases. And turns out at some point she or someone else enchanted all of the crockery and the silverware to be sort of alive, but not.
Like what Scamp does.
Wait,
you haven't
Scamp
seen
can
that.
turn crockery to life.
Only like for a bit though. Like I think for an hour, for like 10 minutes.
She nods. I guess that makes sense. They can't go far outside the watchtower before they just turn into crockery again. But
it's a bit fucked up, isn't it?
I think it's something about the watchtower, not the cups. Anyway,
who does that?
Olga?
Oh yeah, fair play.
Anyway, yeah, so I got hold of this wooden spoon with some weird markings on it, and now they answer to me.
You have crockery friends?
I mean, they were trying to kill me before I got hold of the spoon, so yeah. But they're friends now.
Great.
Otherwise, things are well. How are things with you?
Alright, bit quieter, which is...
Good.
Nice.
Good.
Actually, the ship's nearly done. Probably going to be going on the 1st.
She nods.
Heading over to Meadmere to do adorable things for little Corzin's birthday. And then, on to Sunder.
Keep me informed of where you end up.
We'll do.
When
It's
I'm
going to be
able
either
to, I'll
Thunder's
try and
Wash
meet you.
or somewhere else. I can't remember the name of it. But,
Thunder's Wash.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we'll let you know. We'll be deciding where it is pretty soon, so we can give you time.
She nods.
How long do you reckon it'll take you to get there?
I have no idea. I know it'll be quicker than several months once I figure it out. But from what I've been able to figure out, time works pretty strangely here.
Yeah, that was a thing last time. Well, I say last time, I mean the first time.
No,
When we were physically here.
I met some of the locals, and
How did you find them?
they're odd, but They're just trying to scratch out a living like anyone else. Gnomes are strange.
Yeah. Mind you, though, if you've been brought up in the Dreamfold.
She nods. I learned some interesting things.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to think if she's ever met him, and no, she hasn't. They have a culture of, you might find this difficult to believe, sort of like warrior seamsters?
I'm shocked. We have a friend who's a gnomish tailor. He's fucking terrifying.
She nods.
I had a fight with him about 30 seconds after we met, and then we were friends.
She looks into the middle distance.
It was a bad day. It got better.
No, that sounds about right.
His name's Fighty. I think I'm not sure if you'd like him or you'd just be a bit freaked out. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure I like most of the gnomes, but we work. We seem to have worked out an understanding and trade and so on.
They're not mean to you?
Not anymore.
Oh, well, fuck them when they were.
They're a bit distrustful of outsiders.
Horribly, I suppose that's reasonable, actually.
But, no. The tailors apparently do a pretty solid trade. With...
Yeah, and dream cloth. That's what they talk about, isn't it?
Yeah, she nods.
I might be getting some of that at some point if we're feeling batshit.
Take care.
Yeah.
I've heard it's pretty dangerous. I've not found the river yet, but...
I found the river once. There was a portal near it.
Yeah, that's one of the places I'll be looking to get to when I make the journey in person.
So, near the Lover's Palace, where it was last time.
I'll make a note of that. It seems like there's only about 3 fairly consistent places.
I don't know if that moves.
I think a lot of it does. I know that usually the labyrinth connects to the mirror maze.
Oh, don't go in there.
She shudders. No, I learned my lesson there.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Apparently the mirror maze always leads to the river.
Yeah.
But everything else, it shifts.
I think maybe the Lover's Palace does move. The person I was with, she lived there and she was having trouble finding it. So, I suppose it must. We had to follow somebody else to get there.
Right. She nods. Well, apparently, yes, there's the dream cloth, but also, they have a trick. Because time moves differently. If they can find the right place to jump into. And gnomes have this weird sense for it. That most of the holes only last for, 10 seconds at a time.
Yeah.
But if you know where one's going to be, and I think I will be able to eventually, you can slip into them. And then it's just a case of finding somewhere where time moves a lot faster.
Huh.
And then you can get a week's worth of sewing done in a night.
That's crazy. Makes a lot of sense, though. Interesting. Dreamfold is weird.
She nods. Very. Just make sure to bring food with you.
Yeah. Are you lonely?
I mean, I literally have an entire house full of friends.
No, you don't. Those are spoons that can move.
And sing. There's a slightly haunted look in her eyes.
Oh, fuck. Really?
She, again, not the spoons, but the clock, the candelabra, some of the pots and pans. The wardrobe did an aria.
Do they talk?
No, they just sing.
Yeah, I'm not sure those count as friends, darling. I think they might have just been enchanted to sing because Olga was feeling batshit. If you talk to any people lately, I worry about you.
No, but it's been nice, honestly.
Okay. Just... I don't know. Don't get too reclusive, eh?
She nods.
I don't think it's good for people. Maybe it's good for some people, but...
I mean,
I think most of us need people a little bit of the time.
She nods. Also, those ogres are not good conversation.
No. I miss you.
Smiles. Miss you. Say hi to Scamp and Corzin for me.
Do you want me to send you either of them? I can.
She nods.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow night?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Go
No
get-
reason not to use these spells.
No. Make sure you get some real sleep.
Oh, what sleep, darling?
Something we need.
Well, then I should probably be dead. Sleep isn't easy.
No, not always. Go get some rest.
Are you going to be alright with the marshmallows?
She tears a gooey chunk of marshmallow off. The marshmallow seems a little startled, but otherwise unharmed. Nibbles on it.
That was a bit fucked up, if I'm honest.
I was so worried you were going to say it screams.
Just continues chewing.
Is it any good?
Passes you some.
Yeah,
Neither
fuck
of us are really here, so.
That is delicious, actually. I feel a bit guilty, but it's sort of amazing.
Alright.
Come here.
She gives you a
Give her
tight
a
hug.
cuddle. I pick her up.
Yep.
Alright. Look after yourself. Okay?
You too.
I will endeavour to try. You always do this to me. Make me feel bad.
Well, what are friends for?
Anyway, enjoy the marshmallows. We'll talk to you again soon. Okay, we're going to keep
Talk to you
checking
again
in.
soon. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. You eventually head into... Well, unfortunately, actually knowing what you're doing lately, when you wake up, you don't head to sleep.
No.
You smoke a pipe,
Oh yeah.
and then you go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And the pipes do make the dreams more bearable.
Dampen them a bit.
Yeah. Embers rather than flames, as it were.
Oof.
Oh, that's a horrible description. I love it.
Really awful and really good.
Oh, yeah.
Still, though, over the next couple of nights, the others, you and Corzin and Scamp, you both meet, see Clara, you catch up, and so on, and life continues. So, order of events. Do you guys want to do personal, kind of like more personal conversations, or do you guys want to interview some crew members? What are you up for?
Oh, I'm happy either way, really. I've got something I
I'm
want
going
to do.
to put off talking to Justice till the last possible second.
Maybe we
Okay.
interview crew members first then.
You interview crew members.
Excellent.
So to begin with, your first appointment is actually someone you've kind of already decided you're going to hire their company, but you're going to meet them anyway. As Vig shows you into the sort of room you're renting as your temporary office, and comes with a slightly swaggering looking human woman, frizzy blonde hair, blue eyes, tanned skin, notable sort of faded scar on her cheek. It's one of those small scars that comes from healing magic, which has been used to incompletely heal an injury.
Is it like a dueling scar?
Roll a medicine check.
Okay. Yes, because Corzin would possibly know one when he sees one.
I might know a dueling scar when I see one.
You can also do a medicine check.
That was not a
No.
very good
No, I
medicine roll.
don't.
That was a 9.
It's a 6, so you did better than me.
Okay, so it's hard to tell. It's obviously some sort of slashing or piercing weapon, but you couldn't tell if it was specifically a dueling scar. That such though, she does have a actually kind of a classic sort of saber at a hip, as well as a kind of meadmere green long coat and a matching tricorn with a feather in it. She extends a slightly meaty hand and gives you one of those grins that's so white you wonder if she uses something to like deliberately whiten her teeth.
What lineage did you say she was? Is she a halfling? Or...
Oh, human.
Human, cool.
Human.
Looks to be maybe, you want to say late 20s, early 30s? And sort of reaches out and offers you a hand.
Corzin shakes it.
Pleasure to meet you. Name's Moira Hammer. Sergeant Moira Hammer, at your service. I understand you're looking to hire our little company of the Blades.
That's
Celestia
correct,
Stardust,
yes.
Nice to meet you.
Shakes the rest of us.
Hello.
Lovely to meet you. And...
Hello.
Excellent. And your ship's boy?
Ship's mage, darling. Come on, get with the program.
Moment of confusion. All right then, seems to go along with it.
I'm a prodigy.
You clearly are.
Detect thoughts.
Detect thoughts.
Yeah. Want to see
okay.
if she's a dick about tieflings
You're
or not.
thinking, that is weird. That child has hooves. Okay, it's fine. The pay is good. She gives you all a grin. So
I give her an icy stare back.
Okay.
We have a problem.
Don't see one. Okay, the drow is creeping me out. I'm just going to do the internal thoughts periodically. So you understand you're kind of privateering type. So you're looking for a good team to fight well. Well, that's certainly something we can offer.
Yeah, so I understand that you were previously of the company Brannigan's Blades. When was the last time you saw action?
Oh, we saw action pretty recently, actually, just up at not less than a week ago. You're thinking when Brannigan, when the whole company got hit by that dragon.
Oh yeah, how did it go?
Well, you know, Brannigan's legendary luck might have run out recently, and a number of us decided to take an early end to our commission. And you just hear her think that, yeah, I don't know what the fuck's happened, but he's just, ever since he lost that knife, he's been everything seems to have turned against him. Just keep it together, Moira. Come on.
So what was it called? A frozen death or something?
Something like that. The wind of the north. I'm not really sure. The big green one.
Oh.
All right.
Scary.
Well, at least it didn't make a snack of him.
No, that's true. You think the cannonballs she was throwing down onto us wasn't fun. You get a brief sort of momentary glimpse of a battle that you were not part of, Celestia, but that the others did fly over at one point.
Oh. Well, I don't know.
You don't know to tell them that.
Yeah, that was Oksana.
All right.
Keeping track of what people know is hard.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Dan was like, lol.
So.
Well, predominantly what we'd be looking for is, as you are aware, a company of Marines for ship-to-ship action.
Absolutely, we've done that sort of business before with Brannigan.
This is a very particular kind of ship.
Right, yes, I assume you're the swanky-looking new one in the docks. Very sleek. Very sleek.
We'll be a particular kind of crew with a particular kind of mission as well.
You think, they are pirates then. Okay, if the money's good, it's fine. Well, I mean, with proper remuneration, I'm sure that won't be an issue.
We're very firm on the fact that our crew will be welcoming to all kinds of people. We've got some tieflings, some goblins on board. If you have an issue with that, I'd like to know in advance.
There's just a moment, her face kind of stays cheerful, but you hear her thoughts go, oh, That sounds like an absolute disaster. The goblin, I give them. Right, we're gonna have to keep a guard up. The goblins are gonna shank us all and try and take the ship within the month. As soon as we're out of land, Regent only knows what the devil spawn are going to do. Shouldn't be a problem.
You're sure? You're sweating a little.
You just see her awkwardly adjust her coat. Just think of the money.
You don't have a problem with spiders, do you?
Think of the money.
Yeah, big spider people as well.
Sorry, what?
Certain type of tieflings, lineage sort of like a spider. Got issues?
You just hear her think, they're fucking with me, aren't they? They've got
We're
to
not
be
fucking with you.
What? One moment. Intelligence check for her. Shit, mind reader. She takes a couple of steps back.
I grin.
Right.
We'll also be freeing slaves wherever we can.
Okay. And you hear forcibly think, I have no problem with that. That's not an issue. She's trying to control her thoughts. And you kind of hear, I think, no, la 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 la. She's just trying to think la la la.
I start humming in the same tune as her laring.
You know what? On second thought, maybe some of the company would prefer a land-based action. For this one, you just hear her think. She's just going to go, la la la, fuck me, no, these people are terrifying. They are going to rip my soul out of my body or use some sort of foul magic. I don't know. I am out of here. And she very awkwardly makes some excuses and just essentially bolts.
I just sort of awkwardly, I might have ruined that, but she was a massive racist. So, like, fuck her, to be honest.
Possibly some of the breakaway company won't feel exactly the same way.
Well, she thought you were weird for having horns, for a start, and hooves. And then she called the tieflings devil spawn and said, oh, Regent knows what they're going to do. And she said the goblins were probably going to shank them in the night and take the ship. I just thought, fuck you, really.
Well, that's fair.
Like, we can do fucking better, fuck her. Nice coat, that's about all I liked about her.
Alright, so
we don't want to get no racists on board when we first start. I mean, come on.
No.
And also, I'm sorry, if she thinks like that, that's probably like normal within that crew.
Well, she leads them, so it doesn't really matter what they think. She is going to cause trouble.
Exactly. She's the one who gives the orders.
So we need to find another company of Marines somewhere.
Yeah, I might have screwed that up for us, but I think maybe it was the right fucking thing to do, to be honest, because just fuck that attitude.
Okay. I'm gonna, V kind of looks over
I
and goes,
ruined everything.
Okay, so, allow me to be fairly blunt here.
All ears, darling, go on.
If you're trying to get a crew and Marines which are entirely without prejudices, you are not going to get a crew. I'm not saying that we should pick up the worst people.
She sucked.
Fine, then.
I'd settle for indifferent.
Fine, then get rid of her. But no.
Active prejudice in the leader.
Fine, you're like. Gestures to three of you, especially to Corzin. Ultimately, Captain, it's your decision who you hire and fire. But
if it was going to cause disharmony between the crew, I think it's probably we're better off that we don't have that hanging over us.
I'm not being an arsehole here, but
no. If you want, okay. Would you like my honest opinion here?
Please.
Yes.
If you want to reduce the amount, here's the thing. You can't. We're going to get some pushback from the crew anyway. even without people actively causing trouble. If this person was a particular shit, fine, get rid of them. But even with indifference, there are likely to be frictions which will come about.
I know that, but I think we should at least start with indifference.
Fine.
You know?
Here's the thing.
Starting from actual fucking racism just seems a little bit... I mean, for a start, shit, because that's not what we're about as a ship. But also, it's going to cause trouble.
Yes, it is. And I'm not gainsaying what you found out with your mind reading, if that's what you did. But what I am saying is it's likely to be an issue regardless. So, if you want to reduce the amount... At this point, you've got limited options for hiring new companies. You could either go for... Again, people off the street, hand them some guns, or you can go for the folk from Gulltown. Now, the folk from Gulltown, we can pick out ones who are indifferent. Fine, that will have your issues. They are more skilled than the tieflings we would get if we just recruited a bunch from Kion and gave them guns. Obviously, that has their own issues because... decidedly criminal past.
We're pirates.
Yes. Whatever happens...
She makes a fair point there.
There's going to be some issues. So what they're essentially saying is you can either hire the criminals and get a trained unit, or you can hire essentially untrained tieflings and give them weapons and try and train them on the job. And if you get the tieflings, it's likely to negate the morale penalty that will happen between units by having essentially both your marines be tiefling units.
Right.
But they won't be as experienced as the non-tiefling trained unit. So you'll get friction regardless. Yes, the friction would probably have been a bit worse with the blades.
She sucks. I'm sorry.
But yeah, you've got. But regardless of what path you choose, there is a sacrifice to be made here. Cohesion or skill.
Well,
I'm only a little bit sorry that I ruined things with Brannigan's blades.
No, you're fine.
I'm sorry I've made things hard. I'm not sorry.
If she figured out who I was, ultimately, which she was going to sooner or later, it might have been a problem in and of itself. Especially when Molly turned up.
I mean, especially when the monkey with their boss's knife turns up, to be honest.
Whoops.
Depends how...
that would have been an issue.
Depends how charitable towards Brannigan himself she actually felt, but that's by the by now.
Well, either way, they took up the whole luck thing to the knife being gone, and that's definitely the monkey's fault. So it could be that they all would blame the monkey for, several months of shit.
It could also be that they'd blame Brannigan for being so bloody stupid as to let it out of his sight, but...
Yeah, to be fair, he let a monkey take it, so...
You have no idea whether that blade was out of his sight or not.
Nope. He might have had a full-on fight with Brannigan, we really don't know.
At some point, we've got to do Jeffrey's day out and find out what happened.
I want to stow away at Darkest Argentum on Twitter has actually made a system for that, so...
Okay, putting that in the notes
space.
to do at some point.
Yeah, it's called Where's Jeffrey? Perfect. I'm so excited. I can hardly breathe, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, so, it's essentially a choice of do you want to take... I mean, you can get random humans and halflings off the street and give them weapons as well, but that's literally the worst of both worlds. Yeah. So...
No, I think that if we take some of the former residents of Gulltown, they'll have the skill that we need if we go into battle, and I mean, let's face it, given their past, and I'm not trying to make generalizations here, but it is just a fact, a lot of being part of the criminal underworld, they're going to have met more tieflings than your average person anyway.
Yeah, tieflings have had to do a lot of crime because nobody will fucking hire them because they're all stupid. But
exactly.
But the thing is, I feel like often criminals are a bit less prejudiced as well. Because it's often people at the end of their rope who've, turned to something else and found some success there, so they tend to be a lot more... They tend to have met a lot more diverse people, if that makes any sense.
I worry about taking a bunch of tieflings saying, let's give you a new life, here's a gun, now go fight people. You're not properly trained and you're probably going to die, but there we go. It seems like a bad way to start. Like, as sailors, great. Train them up, give them a trade, but maybe don't send them into battle. I feel we'll have a lot of casualties, and I don't want that.
I think that would be bad. Hang on, out of character, I need clarification. The people from Gulltown, they're not the tiefling non-trained marines, they are the criminals.
They are the criminals.
Yeah.
So they're the ones who used
Just checking,
to work...
that's what I thought.
They're the ones who used to work for Gull before you killed him and then killed him again.
Right, I'm there.
Because we didn't kill him properly the first time.
We did do that.
Yeah.
But no, Scamp, I'm kind of with you there.
Yeah, we don't want them getting killed.
No, not at all. And also, frankly, 2/5 of our crew are going to be tieflings. There are going to be people who will be idiots about it. We don't really want them... I don't want to send a load of tieflings into battle with people who are being dicks to them.
You have my word,
That sounds
though,
awful.
if
They'd feel horrible,
there's
I'd say.
any problems with that, I will come down on it harshly as captain.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Yes, Captain.
He looks slightly bashful.
No.
Okay. So I will, at some point later on, you'll have a discussion with the head of the criminal company, the company from Gulltown.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so before that happens, you have... Viga informs you that you have 3 applicants each for the jobs of surgeon and chef. Would you like to see the chef applicants first or the surgeon applicants
Oh my god, I'm
first?
so excited for both.
Surgeon.
Surgeon, okay.
Can we interview them like a panel and have
Yes.
little pretend
Yes,
papers
that's
in front
not
of us and
really
be
formal
shuffling
and
them about?
sensible.
Yeah, you arrange
I'm going to
some
have a
papers.
whole bunch of papers.
I move my sunglasses to the end of my nose and look over them like I'm a secretary doing an interviewing.
Perfect.
Okay. So the first person to arrive is a young orcish man who looks to be like early 20s. He's got little waistcoat, slightly out of fashion shirt, and a coat. Pantaloons, comes up and sort of comes in a little awkwardly through the door. Hello there. This is the interview for the ship's surgeon.
Yes,
That's correct,
darling.
yes.
Yeah. Hello. Walks over.
Please take a seat.
Have you put out a seat, or have you left the floor
No.
bare?
Now you suggested we haven't.
Okay. No. There would be a
Okay,
scene
no, that's-
there. Come on.
I don't know how Dragon's Den you're making this.
So,
Yeah, he awkwardly sits down on the stool. Hello.
what are your credentials and things?
Yes. My apologies. I am Heinz Belter.
Oh yeah, your name. I forgot about that.
That's all right.
Celestia Stardust. Nice to meet you. Hello.
Pleasure. And I understand the captain is Corzin Horhace.
That would be me, and he hands out he shakes his hand.
Thank you very much, Captain Horhace. Yes. So qualifications. Well, I have recently graduated from a medical degree. At Orcrest University, and having completed a little bit of R&R time, and also losing my passport and not being able to get out of this country while there was a civil war going on.
Oh bugger.
So
you're looking to broaden your horizons.
Yes. I'd love to work on something other than corpses. But I am certainly fully trained. Not necessarily a lot of field experience yet, but but I know I've read all the books. I've practiced it all.
Orcust is quite a prestigious university, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
How prestigious is it?
Roll a knowledge check. History check.
Okay.
I definitely don't know.
13.
It is a prestigious university. Like, it's the equivalent of, like, it's the international equivalent of, I want to say, like, Durham. So, like, famous within its own country, maybe not necessarily internationally famous, like in the way that someone
a decent
in the way that someone from America might not have heard of Durham, but would have heard of Oxford or Cambridge.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, so, like, it sounds like a good university. Roll an insight check.
Insights, okay.
I get the question just from the look that you're giving. Can
I give him an insight check?
Yeah, go on.
10.
Oh, it's a natural 20.
Oh, well done.
10s, he looks
which is a 24.
Looks a little uncomfortable. Scamp, you get the feeling that he's slightly dodging around a subject, and he's a little nervous, but trying to put on a brave face. You get the feeling he's just not comfortable with interviews.
I was going to say something.
Yes.
So, you've done a lot at university, you've worked a lot on dead people, yeah?
Yeah.
Have you worked on anyone who's alive? Are you going to freak out in a battle or the sight of blood or something?
No. Nope. Just, we don't get to do many life-saving surgeries in the university, but I was able to observe some, and I know all the procedures, and yeah.
Do you have any experience living or working on board a ship?
There was the ship I took to get here. And
were you working or a passenger?
I was a passenger.
Right.
So.
And what is it that you don't want to say? That you're trying really hard not to say?
Roll either a persuasion or an intimidation check at your choice, Scamp.
I'm going to persuasion because the modifier is the same. And I'm trying to be moderate.
Oh, detect thoughts, I want to know. As soon as they say that, I cast detect thoughts like a dickhead.
What was your roll?
15.
It was only a third class degree, I'm sorry. He's telling the truth. His thoughts echo this.
Oh, that's okay, darling. Don't worry.
But I do know everything. And you hear him think,
look,
never mind, family won't welcome me back. I'm sure I can get some work here somewhere.
I love him. I love him with my whole heart.
Yeah.
The degree is while important, of secondary concern. I was previously a ship surgeon, and I had more a sort of apprenticeship rather than a degree. So it's more down to what you can do and what you can apply yourself to.
Well, I am entirely happy to apply myself as hard as I can, and if you do hire me, I will 100% do everything I can to live up to your expectations.
So she tries to hide a little, like, ooh.
Coulson sort of strokes his chin for a minute.
I have another question.
Yes.
We intend to be a very welcoming ship. There are going to be a lot of tieflings and also some goblins on board. Do you have an issue?
The thought that comes to his mind is, I remember that phrenology class where they were looking at goblin skulls. I've never really had a decent look at goblins before. Oh, and tieflings, that's interesting. Oh, no, not an issue.
Oh, lovely. How refreshing. Wonderful. Thank you.
So you conclude your interview with Heinz.
He's adorable. He's so cute.
You kind of all of them will wait for an answer, so you don't have to decide when you're interviewing them.
We hired a little office for the day.
Yeah, basically.
That's hilarious.
So you've got it's kind of abstracted into the various other costs you've spent. Yeah. So here's the thing, and again, and this is information you know yourself. So this is me just explaining the meta of this. There are functionally 3 different levels, at least for the purposes of this, of skill. Mm-hmm. Trained, experienced, and veteran for your officers. At each level of skill for your surgeon will save crew casualties after the battle, depending on their skill. So a trained surgeon will save 20% of the crew casualties, an experienced one can save 40%, a veteran can save 60%. But so you get the feeling that Hines is trained, but obviously doesn't have a lot of experience. Yeah. However, with each of these decisions, that may not be your only thing that you're choosing based on.
Yeah.
So Hines at least seems to be a fairly straightforward chap as far as you've been able to determine, but is not the most skilled.
Oh, so he's adorable. I love him.
Vieg looks ready for me to call in the next one.
Yeah, go on then.
Oh, can I be Captain Horhace for this one?
He looks to you, Corzin.
That's a little unfair on them, don't you think?
I mean, they're
no.
Well, if they're immediately a dick as well, that tells us loads. Although you are actually a child.
I am a child, so...
There are some people who will probably buy that a tiefling is the captain of a ship. I'm not sure how many people will buy a child is.
Yeah. Oh.
It'll be funny, though.
It would be very funny, I'm not denying that. He whips off his tricorn for a moment and just sort of places it awkwardly atop. Well, it would probably be atop Scamp's horns, although...
I think it'd be atop one horn, you're so small.
Well, I was going to say, actually, the scale of Corzin's head to Scamp, it might actually fit neatly between the two.
Oh.
You look adorable in that.
Let's see what happens.
Okay.
All right.
So
I switch places with Scamp.
Okay.
I want to be next.
You're now in the centre of the group. A human woman in her 30s, red hair, late, sort of like hard to tell exactly whether she's like early, mid, or late 30s, but you get a kind of 30s sort of feeling. Shows up, and you can see that She looks as if she's come from work, and she's actually wearing a barber's apron. Comes in, looks in. So, Captain Norris?
Yeah, is this
Yes.
one?
Looks down. All right. Takes a seat.
Doesn't bat an eyelid.
Just roll an insight check if you want.
Oh yeah, go on then.
I think I will.
It's a 1. I've no idea.
That's a 5.
Seems
I
to
have
have
slightly less of no
Seems to
idea.
have it pretty together. Takes a seat. All right then. Understand you're looking for a surgeon.
Yes, darling.
Yes.
All right. I might not have much formal schooling, but I've served on ships for 15 years, and I know my way around my tools.
What's your name?
Oh, sorry. I thought your paymaster would have, purser would have said, "Name's Sarah. Folk around here call me Sawbones, Sarah."
Oh, that's a good side.
Yeah.
I'm working as a barber these days, but for the right price, be willing to pick my tools up again.
Okay.
All right.
That's a good sign.
You served on a ship.
What are your references? That's
My references. Okay, my references is 15 bloody years of working on ships. Thank you very much. I can give you a list of the names.
Thank you.
And she does
that would be
recite
lovely.
a list of the ships she's worked on.
Lovely.
All right.
She doesn't seem. It sounds like she hasn't worked for. She probably hasn't worked for 5 or 6 years though. On a ship.
A couple of things, just to check and be up front and all that. Well, I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts. Boom. Just to start off. For a start, we're a welcoming ship. We're going to have a lot of tieflings and also some goblins. Is that okay?
Thinks for a moment. Well, and you actually hear, there's a pause, and you hear think, tieflings. Mind you, I've been following that one in the newspaper. Alright, give it a shot. Shouldn't be an issue, they all bleed the same.
Good answer. Also, we're probably going to be freeing some slaves and
Great.
stuff.
Why would I have an issue with that?
I don't know, some people are weird, aren't they?
I don't have any slaves, so no. You think, That's a stupid question. Of course I'm fine with slaves. Not with freeing slaves.
Perfect. Just there might be combat is the main reason for checking that.
Takes a moment, frowns, and then you think, oh, she's a drow, that's why she's asking. That would make sense. Slavery's fine where she comes from.
You see Celestia do a general look of distaste and you're not sure why.
She seems a little uncomfortable, but addresses her attention back to Scamp, and you hear her think, all right, let's continue on with the wind-up, getting the feeling that maybe the drow's the real captain here. So...
Love that she thinks it's me. Why does she think I'm a ship's captain? I'm wearing a codpiece. Oh.
Certainly dress the
You're the drow, and you're obviously rich.
I look the richest, to be fair.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'm going to be blunt. I'm good at my job, and I've done it for a long time. However, the reason I've not been at sea up to this point is I've been busy raising kids.
Oh, how many do you have?
2. A couple of girls. Anyway, their dad... They're old enough that their dad can probably look after them now. But I want to. But if I'm going back out to sea, I want to set them up right. So I'll be looking for a signing bonus of 100 gold.
Noted.
All right. I will. We'll take that into consideration.
After that, happy to work at the normal rate.
So you're going to sea because you want to give your daughters a good start? That's why you're picking up your tools again?
I mean, broadly, yes. You do think. Miss the sea, but to be honest, the money would certainly set them up in a good way.
We're going to be a long time. We're going across the ocean to where are we going? Sunder. That's the one. Sorry, long day. We're going to Sunder. That's a long way. Are you going to be all right being away that long?
Well, I was always going to go to sea again eventually at some point.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, at least 8 months
I'll miss them,
if you want to come back.
I'm sure they'll keep it, but I'm sure I can trust the dad to look after him.
Oh, fair enough. Anyone got any more questions?
Nope.
I don't think so.
I suppose we'll let you know soon.
Right then, gives a nod to Scamp. Cheerio. Gets up and leaves.
She thinks I'm captain. She assumed it was me.
Well, I mean, she seems to take everything fairly in her stride, so I think we can put down unflappable, at least.
I like her.
Yeah.
I really like the first one was really sweet, like he was adorable. But
people will die.
People will die because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
I'm half inclined at this point to hire her, but take him on as her apprentice.
Oh,
I was going to say, that might not be a bad idea.
That's a sweet idea. I like that.
Because it gets him home as well.
Well, we need a surgeon, but we also are going to have to fill a trainee surgeon's position anyway at some point, and usually that would probably be someone drafted from the regular crew.
Also,
something to bear in mind anyway. I mean,
also
if he goes for that,
not prejudiced particularly.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, neither was the other guy. He was just interested in what kind of skulls they had, so they'd be quite a good team actually.
Not weird at all.
In a just like anatomy way. It was very not like I want to crack their skulls and see what they look like way, and like I'm a doctor, they might have different shaped skulls.
No, in the sort of like I'm genuinely curious, this is fascinating to me kind of way.
Yeah, in a very like books sort of way, which is why I think you're probably right and he shouldn't be the main surgeon, because I just feel like he's going to faint at the sight of blood. Do you know what I mean? Like I just get that feeling.
I know enough to know that even land-based surgeons see their fair amount of viscera, shall we say?
Yeah, but
Operating
he's
on a
never
dead
done
person
it before. Or watching people do it to other people isn't the same as actually getting your hand in there and doing something, is it?
True, I suppose best it can be hoped for is he knows which way to faint.
Because, Corzin, I'm pretty sure if you showed me how to saw a leg off at length, I still couldn't do it very well first time round, you know?
No, it's a skill. It's definitely a skill.
All right.
And I've seen it done badly enough times to know I don't want that.
Oh, I don't want to think about that too hard. That's pretty horrendous, actually.
So, shall I send in the third one now?
Yes.
All right.
Please. Oh, here's your hat, Corzin.
Oh,
Thank
is
you.
it my turn to be captain?
Yeah,
Do I get to be
fine.
captain on
Although
this
on
one?
your head, it's going to look more like a fascinator.
Oh, yes, it is. I am actually tie it on with my bandana, so it's
Okay.
like at a jaunty angle,
Got a
like
jaunty
slightly over one eye.
angled.
And I put my feet on the desk because I'm the captain, obviously.
The
Places.
Oh, I should have done that.
okay, so you
And
come.
I sit in the middle where Corzin was sitting.
Yeah.
The three. So Vig opens the door, and the figure comes in and gives him a nod of thanks, and actually, thank you. And
Captain
you watch,
Horhace, nice to meet you.
and you watch coming in with a sort of sound is an elderly bugbear. He's wearing quite a slightly old-fashioned tunic, similar to a waistcoat but slightly longer. Some slightly baggy trousers, tied up at one leg, where his leg has actually been sawn off below the knee and replaced with a wooden peg. He has a pair of thin steel-rimmed spectacles, and his fur, so his body is covered in a light sort of fuzz of fur. Is a kind of brownish fur colour, and although his hair going behind which is not short, but sort of like shorter length, is silver, and there is actually silver to the fur as well. He seems to be a fairly elderly kind of bugbear, but being a bugbear is larger than all of you, even Celestia.
I like it.
He's like 7 foot.
And he's
something.
using a cane to assist his movement. As he comes in, he
Long gone silver.
adjusts the cane and raises one hand in a salute between his eyes, one in a salute by his heart, in the same manner as Shen did.
Oh, cool.
The goblin.
Okay.
But he also combines it with a small bow. Trusts forward and gestures to the chair. Do you mind?
Oh, please, by all means.
Please.
Settles himself down.
Captain Horhace, nice to meet you.
Inclines his head. Ao Jin and your companions. He gestures to the pair of beside you.
This is Scamp, and this is Merrick Longsilver.
Roll a deception check.
It was the first name that popped into my head. I mean, it's not bad, actually. 17.
Braces an eyebrow, but slightly, but continues. So
we're looking to hire a surgeon. What are your credentials?
I have served aboard ships as a surgeon for 40 years.
Wow.
When I was a boy, I was one of the ship's boys on Shi Yang's fleet.
Does that mean anything to me?
Roll a history check.
Yeah, I'm
I
going to
don't
roll a
think
history
it would
check.
to me, would it?
No, not necessarily.
But it might
but
Corzin.
Corzin can.
Brandy might have mentioned them.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm unlikely to have come across that.
I will not.
Okay, that's a 9. Nope.
The name rings a bell, but not so. There's kind of before your time. Like you thinking about your own age, you get the feeling that Aojin is probably a similar age to you, but bugbears age a lot faster than
You
halflings
said
do.
you, and I'm not sure.
Sorry,
Oh,
to you,
cool.
Corzin.
Corzin.
But bugbears age a lot faster than halflings do. That said, he carries himself with a quiet sort of dignity to him as well.
Yeah, so I've heard about her. So,
But to answer your question, yes, I am very skilled. I have seen the wage you have offered. I'm happy with it, but I do have a personal request, which is a condition of my hiring.
Of course.
I require a small, private place to worship the 1,000. Roll a religion check if you're not familiar. I don't know if I've mentioned the 1,000 before.
No, you definitely haven't.
I will.
Oh, it's pretty decent though. It's a 25. I think we can assume Leah told me about that rather than
25,
the Drow Society. Yeah.
That's a 16.
Okay, 16.
4!
Corzin, you're aware that the 1,000 are kind of like you've heard the 1,000 talked about as being the kind of gods that they worship over in Haldanos. Celestia, you're with the aid of the eye, you clearly recall the page you read about this. The 1,000 is kind of at once a blanket term for the myriad religions of Haldanos, but in particular it refers to the 1,000 sort of prime deities that were kind of the celestial court originally of the Tang Empire when it was at its height, but have kind of syncretized and spread out. When someone refers to as worshipping the 1,000, they don't usually worship all 1,000. They will have a few select patrons deities that they worship, and this is probably what he's referring to.
Okay.
And yes, it's kind of a whole belief system which doesn't really mesh with the Regency, as they don't, as like most religions in Calcinea, they don't kind of believe the whole monotheism thing.
Yeah. I'm sure if we were to hire you, that could probably be arranged. We'll take that into consideration.
Additionally, I would require permission to keep a coop of chickens aboard for sacrifices. I will provide the chickens myself, and am happy to supply the eggs they lay. But
we're going for quite a long time.
I will.
Is that would that be difficult?
I do not need to make sacrifices often.
Okay.
How many chickens would you need for 3 months?
To be safe, I will keep a small flock of around 20. I will not need that many, but it is nice to have the eggs. It will not take up much space in your hold. And finally, and I acknowledge this may seem odd, but this is, and it is rare that it is ordered, but should for any reason you see fit to order executions, I would ask for the honour of performing them.
Why specifically?
The members of the 1,000 I worship are pleased by executions in their name. It is not a requirement, and chickens suffice perfectly well. But if you are due to execute anyone regardless, it, as it were, he smiles a little, allows me to, I believe the phrase is, kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Makes a manner of sense.
Understood.
But you wouldn't need specifically to execute people if we were not doing it already.
No.
Good to know.
It were the...
Does it have to be done in a particular way? Can it be done humanely?
The manner of the execution is not important.
No, just... interesting.
Yeah.
Alright, we are, as we've been saying to everyone, a very open and welcoming ship, so we would like to facilitate that. Do you have any strong feelings at all about tieflings?
I read his mind.
He
Or goblins.
smokes a
Or
little.
goblins, yes.
He's a bugbear.
Yeah, but you
No,
never
I have
know.
no issue with either of those. And you hear him think, I'm not sure the child understands that I am a goblin. And you also hear him think,
I don't think I knew that either.
yeah, and you also hear the tiefling, you hear him think with regards to the mention of the tieflings, like Violet? No, So long as I doubt I will have an issue there.
You didn't hear that. That was in his head.
Yeah.
No, that's out of character. That is an out of character noise.
Also, there's probably going to be a fair amount of combat, and if we see a slave ship, we're trying to free as many slaves as we possibly can. Just so you know what you're getting into.
Again, there's a strange, slightly smile to him, and you hear him think, like Chen. I have no issue with that, no.
Good. We just want to make sure everybody would know what they are signing up for. That's all. Not very well having regrets when you're halfway to sunder.
Indeed.
Quite so.
I have sailed on many ships in my time. I am unlikely to be surprised by your engagements.
I imagine that in that time... Go on, sorry.
I thought not, but best to be clear. That's all I was going to say. Do go ahead, Corzin, by all means.
I imagine in that time you've seen a fair amount of action.
He, again, there's this soft smile, and gently taps the leg where below the knee it has been amputated.
Your own work?
He kind of shakes the little. You hear him think, eventually, replacements were needed as I grew older. And then he says, eventually, my master who trained me did this many years ago, and then I have made replacements as I grew older.
Well, of course, makes sense.
But I have performed this operation before. How are your healing potion supplies?
I think we've
ample currently.
planning to stock up before we leave.
You nods. Remember, while any physician will do what they can, every healing potion you have is one life saved in battle.
We also have a little healing magic between us, which... Oh, don't get me wrong. A whole crew.
No.
It's not much, but it's something, isn't it?
One of you is a cleric?
No, not exactly.
Thinks for a moment. Not like the druid, then. Very well. Inclines his head. Thank you for your time. I will await word regardless.
Thank you for yours.
Thank you for yours.
Stands up with a little effort and, using the cane, leaves the room.
Scamp.
What?
He knew Violet.
Really?
Yeah. Thought about her.
Is Vig with us?
Vig is with you.
He
And
seem familiar to you, Vig?
frowns a little. Well, it's been a long time since I knew she. And it's certainly been a long time since then. If he was a boy, perhaps I could have met him. He's grown up a bit, and I will be blunt, he was probably just a goblin then.
Alright.
Oh. I didn't know that's how it worked.
When they get old enough, and if they are well fed enough and comfortable enough, sometimes goblins will change into usually hobgoblins, but sometimes bugbears.
I feel ignorant. I did not know that's how it worked.
But does he have any internalized racism? That's the question.
No, not really, actually.
Oh, good.
Didn't hear any.
Wouldn't have... No.
Because you never know.
No, immediately he thought about Violet a little bit when we mentioned tieflings, but kind of discounted that.
Vig actually takes the opportunity to chip in about Xiang. So when I was on Father's ship, Xiang was his first mate.
Ah.
Oh.
After
Did she go on to command a ship of her own?
Yes, for a time she led the other ships. Marlin and I both left shortly after Father died. So we didn't see the end of it, but from what I understand, well, depending on how you understand it, she either did a very smart thing or she absolutely betrayed everyone she knew. Because she arranged a pardon with a lot of the authorities that were chasing the pirates at the time. And it was a good pardon, in fairness. They got to keep all of their loot.
Very good pardon.
And from what I understand, she retired somewhere, don't really know where, and is living it up.
Sounds smart to
Every
me.
pirate's dream.
Then probably would be, in her late 60s, early 70s by now? She was human.
It's pretty old for a human, isn't it?
Getting on, yeah.
I lose track, but...
No, she classically had a mixed goblin-human cruise.
Ah.
Was Haldanic
Right.
herself.
Oh, fair enough.
Huh.
Well, you learn something new every day.
Well, that's something to bear in mind. What are we thinking then? Before we move on to the cooks, I have to admit I'm tempted by this gentleman, but
I like him.
Yeah.
He wasn't phased when you called Corzin after pretending to be Corzin.
I did do that, didn't I?
No, I
never said
tried
I
to
was
play that
Corzin.
off. Did you notice?
I never said I was Corzin,
You
I
did.
just said I was Captain Horhace, but then I
You
did call
did,
you
And
two
then you
different
said
names.
that this was, yeah.
We can have that conversation with him should we hire him.
I
but,
think it-
Oh, he'll find out.
Also, I don't think he thought anything of it at all.
that tells us something in and of itself about how just generally unfazed by things he seems to be, which could be all to the good.
Also, he's another option for information on Violet, Scamp.
No, I don't want information on...
I know.
Yeah.
And you don't...
I know.
It's not
You
one
don't
that you'd
have
have to
to
take immediately,
pursue
but
that.
it's there, you know?
I think also it's worth you knowing that this is a potential thing if it's going to be an issue for you with us hiring them potentially.
Yeah, it might be nice to know when they parted ways.
Yeah.
You know, like before or after my murder.
True. I kind of look over at Vig.
There's a...
Hi, Vig!
There's Vig is confused.
We need a conversation at some point, but it doesn't have to be now.
Right. Sure. So, do you want to see the cooks next?
Should we make a decision
I feel like
first?
I don't think we should keep them waiting.
Yeah, let's
I think the
make it.
adorable one would be a lovely apprentice for whoever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if he's willing to take an apprentice's wage rather than full surgeon wage.
Yeah.
yeah.
I know the middle one was solid, but really inclined to go for the last one. Don't know why, just am.
Yeah.
How are you two
It'll
feeling?
probably be more an upfront fee, but I think seeing as we have it to spend, we ought to.
I find the people sacrifice a little concerning, to be honest.
A little bit, but he didn't want to just kill people.
No.
Also, I mean, I doubt there are going to be any executions on our ship for a start, but if there were, I feel like it might actually be more of an assurance that they'd be humane.
Yeah.
I know it's like a
Possibly.
weird thing, but I feel like he'd probably do it with some respect.
Yeah, and this
Who?
is something that would have to take into account whether or not it would too adversely affect morale.
True.
I think the chickens would be a good positive.
Yep,
Fresh eggs.
Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean, but we can't always just, buy chickens anyway.
You looking at the
true.
cost of it. To install the coop will apparently cost. Vig informs you will cost 5 gold.
Okay.
So that is our
And
Jin's
I
hiring cost.
guess we'd have to take into account that he'd want his own cabin to be able to wear ship as well.
He has asked for a small private space. Basically, the cost of bill of like a site, giving him a little bit of boarded off space in the hold for the coop and the
Would the
little.
surgeon have his own small
tiny
cabin
shrine.
anyway?
I mean, you do have like a portion of the ship which is usually reserved as sick bay anyway, so
yeah.
Like you can he's essentially asking you to wall off a little bit of that for him.
Yeah, could we give him a little bit of a cabin within that?
Yeah, it'll still cost you the 5 gold pieces for the modifications, but that's it.
That's all right.
That's a negligible cost, really.
I mean, that's fine, isn't it?
That's half my money, thank you very much.
In the scale of outfitting a ship, though,
I
Collective
know.
funds, we currently have 2,800 gold left.
All right. So,
Okay.
if we go with him and approach Heinz for
An apprenticeship.
I assume yes.
Yeah.
I assume that the fee for that will probably be something
Yeah.
around half what he otherwise would.
Yeah, and it's subsumed into your general crew costs.
Oh,
like
cool.
monthly wages are subsumed into general crew costs.
Yeah.
Also, actually, having an apprentice, because, I mean, the eventual goal is to have a fleet and fuck up the Kraken, yeah?
Absolutely.
Having an apprentice,
Oh, yeah.
he could eventually be a ship surgeon on one of the other ships.
This was my
Yeah.
thought if he sticks around long enough, and also I think the way, honestly, after what he said, to sell it to him is he's getting out of here one way or another.
Also, we should keep that other lady on file somewhere.
Agreed. Yes.
That's actually a good opportunity to discuss a matter for the future. Not much you can do about it
Maybe
now.
give her a name to Captain Briggs.
I'll pass it on. But thinking of the future, you seem to have a really good knack for finding treasure.
Well, I mean...
Well, at least, you know.
Vig, we're pirates.
Well, of course. Also, frankly, if all goes well, we're going to make a fair bit of money engaging in the spot of piracy or privateering, as the case may be. Privateering has its advantages, but we will end up... But the thing was, we always ended up having to give half to take away. So,
price you pay for not having people who want to hang you.
well, there is that. Safe ports and all that. But the thing to be aware of is, as you get money, eventually, especially with Benny, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
On side. Practically speaking, every, must be like 15 grand or so, can buy you an extra frigate for this fleet you want.
Oh.
And that is going to add up over time. So it's a thing to consider when you make other purchases in the future.
Treasure hunting in Sunder.
Far worse things to be doing with our time. I'll have to be...
It's an ancient, huge continent full of mystery.
I'll have to...
Yeah.
Probably something there.
Also, anything that we don't give the crew in wages and stuff. From many ships that we board and nick all the stuff off.
Agreed.
Well, quite. So yeah, this is the thing. Ultimately, if your plan is to confront, if your planned confrontation with the Kraken happens, numbers of ships, specifically of like at least 5th-rate ships, like things that count ships of the line, will matter.
Right.
You can get you probably have plans to recruit ships from other places, but ships that you yourselves buy and outfit, and those secondary ships, the process of hiring and so on will be much more abstracted.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, like the round fee for something large enough, like a frigate, to count is like 15 grand per ship.
Right, okay.
So it's a thing to be aware of for the future.
Alright, noted. Make a little note of that.
All right. So it sounds like I'll go and give the go-ahead to Aljin and also talk about hiring on Heinz as an apprentice to it.
Yeah.
Are we all happy with that?
I think so.
I think so.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right. So, you receive word that...
Out of character, I just can't not hire this bugbear. He's so cool.
Aljin returns and sort of gratefully accepts the position with the same sort of distinct bow as before. Heinz comes in. Oh, thank you. I know it's just the, but I'm really excited to. I am really excited to be learning more from Aljin. So, thank you very much, and I won't disappoint you.
I'm sure you won't. And he
Sure you won't.
gives him a firm handshake.
scurries off to get his tools.
I love him. He's so adorable. We're going to corrupt him so badly.
2 for 1.
Yeah, we hired 2 of the 3. You were like, you can hire 1, 2, or 3. We were like, yes.
So, for the purposes of filling in your relevant statistics sheet, just thinking
Which
about...
I think Sam has.
Yes.
Yeah, which Sam has. So, just thinking about proficiency... What's your current proficiency modifiers at your current level? I think it's +4.
+4,
isn't it?
+4, yeah.
It's +4. Yeah, so because of expertise, which he has... Aljin's medicine modifier is +12.
So, just for my notes, how do you spell that name?
Aojin.
J-I-N.
2 separate words.
I'm glad that you said that. I was picturing it like Algin.
Yeah, I
Like
was too. I
Algin.
just wanted to be sure I was
Algin.
correctly spelling that.
So, So on the rare occasion that Aljin has to make a deliberate medicine check, he does so at +12, and 60% of casualties are saved after a battle.
Nice.
Fucking good, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is a very experienced surgeon.
We really should get a decent number of healing potions before we leave.
Yes, we should. I think any money that we have left over from hiring our crew and outfitting the ship, we should put on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not completely all of it, but a good lump of
After a battle, any casualties that are remaining over after Aljin, I will reduce the number of crew casualties by 1 per healing potion that you expend to represent people who got saved at the brink of death.
Right.
So it's essentially, unfortunately, this does put a value on the life of crew members, and that value is 50 gold pieces.
Right.
Wow.
To be aware of.
We also have healing magic.
You also have healing
be
magic,
able
and
to
each
join-
healing magic you use will reduce that number as well.
Okay.
So,
I mean, if we burned a load of spells
yeah,
on
you can
that,
burn spells after a
like,
battle
we can
or
actually
during a
between
battle
us
to
get
save
quite
people.
a few.
Yeah.
Magic
So-
stick.
Magic stick and so on. So the thing to be aware of is potions will generally be rationed to save people in preferential order of officers first, then Marines, then general crew.
Yeah.
Gross.
Because
But yeah.
it's kind of brutal, but that is actually, consulting with Aljin, that is the way he recommends doing it.
Yeah.
Because it's harder for you, it's harder for you to replace your officers than it is
It's
your
harder for us to run the
crew.
ship
Yeah.
without them.
and it's harder for you to replace your Marines than it is to replace
If
your
you're in the
crew.
middle of the sea, you can't lose somebody integral to your crew. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
And you get the feeling that Aljin is used to making a lot of these sorts of decisions.
Corzin would have had to have made them over the course of his career.
Yeah. There's a sort of kindred spirit there, and you find over time you're starting to get on.
Yeah.
That said, though, moving backwards in time, V goes, well, that's all of those messages delivered. On to the cooks.
Yes.
Yes.
Can Jeffrey be Captain Horhace this time?
Yes. Perfect.
That's going to be
Let's
rather
see
difficult.
how long it lasts
I'm
for.
not-
I take the tricorn off my head and put it on Jeffrey's.
There's a brief moment where Marjorie, who I presume is also here,
Better not have lice.
tries to take the tricorn off Jeffrey and engages in a brief tug of war.
Marjorie, you can sit on top. You sit on top.
Flutters onto the top of the hat and perches there.
We're gonna have a fucking zoo in 3 months, aren't we?
I realised where I got the name Marjorie from. It was the name of the pretend pigeon made out of a bookmark that Jen made for me the other day when I was sad.
Oh, that's adorable. For people who don't know, I suppose we should probably clarify who Jen is. Jen is Robbie's partner.
Yes.
They are the sweetest.
Bookmarks. It's very sweet.
Oh, that's lovely.
So okay, so there are only 2 ranks of skill for cooks. There are capable. There's just cooks and skilled cooks. Having a skilled cook will reduce the impact of certain negative morale events by 1.
Okay.
So that's not necessarily all of them, but some of them will be reduced by 1 by virtue of having a capable cook.
Yeah, cool.
Because you're going to get random morale events.
Yeah. So here for the task of interviewing cooks. Like, I love that we can go from like death defying to like you must find a cook here are your candidates, do an interview.
At the risk of being a stereotype here, I know well that, whatever happens, having decent food in your belly is not a downside ever.
Really does make a difference.
Okay, so...
it's a long time to live on shit food.
The first cook to be brought in is a kind of a slightly overweight looking human man, kind of a bit drab generally in appearance, like slightly bulbous. Actually, not really a bulbous, but more like a slightly aquiline kind of nose, but kind of thick rather than hooked. Sandy brown hair, and comes in like, all right, Captain Horhace.
Yeah, there.
Pleased to meet you.
Pointed the monkey.
I will translate for Captain Horhace.
Are you shitting me?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Pinches the bridge of his nose. Right. Okay.
This is Captain Horhace.
Yes.
Jeffrey, give the hat back.
Thank you.
Jeffrey holds on to the hat.
Jeffrey, give the hat back.
Give.
Corzin
is going to make an intimidation check.
Make an intimidation check.
Okay, that is... this is 17.
Jeffrey lets go of the hat. Marjorie doesn't. Marjorie's still on the hat.
Come on, you just sort of gently
after a bit of waving.
Off.
Yeah, you managed to get rid of it.
After a quick inspection to make sure there's nothing deposited there, he puts it back on his head.
There is not.
Good.
There's again pinching the bridge of his nose. Right, so I'm Scholar. Look, I'm a cook, alright? I cook, I will work for cheap. Mm-hmm. That is my deal. I cook things. I don't do any frou-frou nonsense. I just cook things. But you know what? No personal drama, nothing. I just want to do my job and get paid.
What's your favourite thing to cook?
Stew.
Alright.
What other things can you cook?
I mean, if you've got an oven, I can do bread. I can do pies.
That's useful.
I like pies.
Like, I just do food, you know?
Can you do pasties?
Yeah, I can do pasties.
Excellent. I'll make a note of that. What previous experience, if any, do you have on ships?
I mean, not really on ships. I've worked in taverns. I'm a cook. I just make stuff. Like, I've been on a ship before. Like, I've travelled on one.
Right.
But and I figure, and I've seen that you get those sort of gimbaled pots and so on. But let's be honest, it doesn't really matter. Whatever you've got, I'll do food with it.
Right, you are.
Are you weird about tieflings and or goblins? I read his mind.
Right.
It's going to be a lot of the crew.
He
We're
both
welcoming
says
nice...
and thinks, so long as none of them take a bath in my stew pot, no.
Is that a problem we've had before?
I don't know. Shrugs. You get the feeling that, there's base level racism here, like that kind of unthinking xenophobia that just comes with all foreign folk.
Maybe he's never been out of the town and is distrustful of anyone else.
Doesn't really understand.
Yeah.
Cool.
He's heard stories that you get the feeling you kind of imagine him thinking, do goblins steal children or is that trolls? Shit, I can't remember.
Corzin, as someone who is relatively of similar size to goblins, is thinking, well, I suppose some large stew pots, yeah, you could, in theory. Why the fuck am I thinking that?
We're going to be freeing slaves and getting in fights.
Do I have to join the fight?
No, you're the cook. I just wanted to let you know.
Fine, then I don't have an issue with it. You get the feeling that he's entirely apathetic towards the issue of slavery. As long as he doesn't have to get his hands dirty and dig into someone's guts with a sword or a ladle or whatever, this man is incredibly straightforward. All he wants to do is just do his job.
All right.
The guarantee, like, you get the feeling with Sculler, like, you get a straightforward...
You will definitely get food.
You will get food. It won't be fancy food. It won't be special food, but you will also get no drama.
Useful, admittedly.
A little bit dull.
Oh yeah, being dull is, you get the feeling, is actually almost his selling point.
Anyone got any other questions?
No.
No, I don't think so for the moment. That's perfectly satisfactory to take into consideration.
Right then.
We'll be in touch.
Thank you for your time. Stands up, leaves.
He was boring.
It was so boring.
True,
He's
although...
like dead inside. I listened to his thoughts. It was just the same.
Yeah.
It's like eating elk for a month.
Well,
Yeah.
the fact of the matter is, if we had elk, he could at least do something, not terrible with it.
And it would taste like the same as all the other things they
Yeah.
made.
I don't
The thing
know.
is, like, 4 months is a long time to be eating food that tastes exactly the same every day.
That's true.
And don't get me wrong, I know that happens a lot on boats. So it's not the end of the world, it's just something to consider that people might go a bit stir crazy if the food is really boring.
Yeah.
I'll send the next one in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Who's the captain this time?
Oh.
As you're deciding this, the door bursts open,
Whoa.
and a 3'2" halfling chef, so round that so fat that he looks almost like a little ball, wearing a white apron and like a toque, like a proper chef's hat.
Is he like Little Chef of the UK
He
restaurant chain?
he has the curled moustache.
He's perfect.
Oh, wow.
If you're not from the UK, Little Chef is a rubbishy restaurant chain that you get like on the side of motorways,
Yeah.
basically. Yeah.
He is also a little chef, and he comes in with spreading his arms. Hello!
Hello.
I am Pierre du Petit Pois, the famous chef, and I have heard that you require someone to work culinary wonders aboard the Krakensbane.
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Which of you is Captain Horhace?
This one.
That would be me.
Corzin.
Can Corzin do a history check to see if he has in fact heard of this famous chef?
Yeah, roll a history check.
I definitely wouldn't have done. I'm obsessed with him.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
You have. You actually weirdly remember hearing him over here, just like in one of those like off-air scenes that happened at some point when you were going to the brisket at in Vendione. He was apparently one of the sous chefs there, and you have heard the name before. So. Yeah, apparently he is a chef of note.
So, what tempted you to a life of a ship's cook?
I've heard many wonders of these strange cuisines of Sonder, and the rumor goes that you are heading to Sonder yourselves.
That's
Yes,
true.
yeah.
I wish to tour the world. I wish to learn new recipes, discern new ingredients, and expand what can be done with food. Of course, I must travel only with the finest equipment. I will need to make modifications to your ship to properly stock out the galley, which I will need to do personally, but I assure you will have the finest experience of shipboard cuisine that you can have. Here are some of what I require, and he names out a list. Vig does a few calculations and passes you a note saying that this is probably going to cost like 200 gold. To fully,
We have a lot of money
like
left.
to
That's
fully
not the end of the
equip
world.
the kitchen the way that he wants it done.
Alright.
What's your favourite thing to cook?
My favorite thing to cook. It is a little odd to say, but I've cooked many extravagant things, but I personally have a love for ratatouille, done in the same fashion as my mother long ago.
I don't know what that is. Is
It's
it nice?
a type of actually, no,
I know what
yeah,
that is
you
as
know,
me, I
like,
just don't know
it's a
Celestia.
it is a type of stew. I could do it for you if you like. Not right now, but I could.
Maybe.
But I would certainly be willing to demonstrate it for you.
What can you do with chocolate?
I can do so much with chocolate.
You're high. What? No. Sorry.
I feel like
I'm getting carried
away. I put my hand over
away.
Scamp's mouth before they say that. You stopped halfway through the word, and I was like, "That's what's happened." I put my hand over your mouth.
Yeah.
Good. Regardless, I will be in town for a few days. So, whatever decisions you make, know that if you hire me, you will get a culinary experience such as you have never tasted.
That's lovely. Couple more questions.
Of course.
I read his mind. Are you weird about tieflings and/or goblins?
Things. I
don't mean to eat. I mean to be in a crew with.
He says, I don't think that would be a problem. He thinks, oh, I've heard goblins steal from the ladder. I have to keep an extra watch. But so long as they wash their hands when they're working with me, should not be an issue.
Also, there'll be combat and freeing slaves on a semi-regular basis.
Interesting. I will need to prepare special celebratory desserts.
This is pretty much the best response you could have had to that sentence, and I can't pretend otherwise.
His mind just fills with ideas for
like various weird pink
especially
cakes and shit.
for things that involve the addition of chocolate.
It was like, congratulations, you're no longer a slave. Here is a custard tart.
But like, best fucking response. Like, she'll make a celebratory cake. Like, yes.
Yep.
Any other questions?
No, I think that's about it.
Then I sail away.
Goodbye.
And he glances off. Mechanically, Pierre will if you hire Pierre is a skilled cook.
Pierre's expensive.
He will cost 200 gold, but your starting morale will be increased by 1.
Mm-hmm. I love him with my whole heart.
Well, he certainly does seem, if anything, kind of overqualified for the position. But I think, honestly, given that we're in the fortunate situation of being able to afford him, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, doesn't give a shit about the tieflings. Has got an idea in his head that goblins steal, but if they don't, I think that should be debunked pretty fast. Seemed to be a loose stereotype rather than a sort of core evil belief, if you know what I mean.
Some people used to have the same stereotype about halflings.
Yeah. It seems to be one of those things that have been passed on to him rather than something he was very serious
I don't know what
about.
it is.
Yeah. It's just... Maybe the idea is you can sneak into places, I don't know.
I suppose, yeah, from the point of view of the big folk, that sort of makes a weird, twisted kind of sense, but...
It is a bit stupid sense.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's super weird.
Small people don't steal things any more than, like, tall people are, big and clumsy and break stuff.
And
Maybe small people are better at getting away with it.
Maybe. Well, I mean, you don't have that stereotype about children. You don't go, oh, children are small, therefore they're thieves.
Actually, I do. No, I've definitely heard that people believe that all children are thieves.
Really?
I have not
Usually
heard
shopkeepers.
A lot of children are
yeah.
hungry.
I mean, I suppose if you're living in a town full of hungry children, yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Speaking of hungry children, we must find some soon who want to go and see.
Yes, I will assume that as part of your general crew hiring, you are prioritizing. Frankly prioritizing orphans and people
who don't have anywhere to
go.
Yeah.
They're kind of a lot of those are actually also tieflings, and form a large portion of that crew. So yes, this does not, as it were, dilute out your crew, but it is. But you do very quickly fill out your ship's boys' positions.
Yeah, I would imagine we spend a couple of days creeping into various sections of alleyways and finding people who are struggling, basically.
You are literally able to put some of your newly hired crew to recruiting to do this, and they do that for you.
Oh.
You have minions now.
You need a place to go.
That's super weird. We should probably see his third chef, shouldn't we? I mean, I love the second one.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with him, but yeah.
The third chef is shown in. It's a human woman, long brown hair tied in a ponytail, blue dress. has a satchel with, you notice, a couple of books inside. Looks in. Hello, Captain Horhace?
Yes.
That one.
Hello. Nice, lovely to meet you. I'm Belle. Don't call me Belle. She takes a. Do you mind if I take a seat?
Yeah,
please.
Yes.
Handshake.
Handshakes. Yes, absolutely.
Celestia Stardust. Nice to meet you. Hello.
Oh, very fancy name. Nice.
Thank you. I made it myself.
Something softens in her eyes about that. All the best names are. Now, takes a sit down. So I'm going to be very straightforward with you. I need to get out of the country, no questions asked, but I am a very skilled cook. I can do, I specialise in doing cheap but very nutritious, highly tasting food. I'll need some spice. I have some spice requirements, but not a lot that you wouldn't find in an existing galley. I'm good at working with relatively little equipment as well. And she kind of lists some of her. She lists some less her specific qualifications, but demonstrates a clear and appreciable knowledge of cooking. You get the feeling that while she is not necessarily inclined to do the same overly elaborate food as Pierre du Petit Pois, Belle is certainly capable, is certainly a very skilled cook. That said, I do have, for any ship I work on, I do have 3 demands, and I'm afraid, requests, demands, but these aren't not negotiable. Firstly, I need my own room.
Okay.
I must be allowed to take 3 days off each month, and I must ask for absolute privacy while I'm in that room.
Okay.
Is this for any reason that would present a potential issue with any of the rest of the crew, or affect the safety of anyone?
No, should not be. Provided I'm not disturbed, it shouldn't be an issue, she thinks. So long as no one fucks with the chains, I should be fine.
Can Corzin make an insight check?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Anything dangerous we need to worry
I will
about?
do the same because I'm worried.
Natural 1, but lucky.
Natural 1, but lucky. Okay, I guess you can do that. Curious how the luck would come out.
It's still not great, but
It's a dirty 20
10.
from me.
Okay, 10. Corzin, she's kind of difficult to read. Scamp, you get the feeling that she's a little anxious. This is one of those things that she doesn't really want to talk about. Sorry, Celestia, you're thinking, and what was the question that we just asked for?
Anything that would make
dangerous. Anything dangerous. She says, no, shouldn't be an issue, and she thinks, so long as I'm not disturbed on those days, it shouldn't be fine. I don't like these questions.
Do they have to be particular days of the month?
Yes, I like to have those 3 I'll name the days in particular. They'll all be together, and I'll make sure that I have all of the cooking prepared in advance. She just thinks obliquely to herself, time of the month. So should not, but I'll make sure that I've got everything cooked up and ready, and should be straightforward to serve. Should not be an issue.
All right. Do you have a problem with tieflings and or goblins?
You hear her. Her face is straight, but she laughs internally, and you just hear her think, "Ha! Compared to my former roommate, I don't think that's going to be an issue." No, not at all.
Oh, good.
Do you have any previous experience on ships?
Yes. I've done a little bit of time on ships before. Mostly I am experienced in cooking. It was largely one place, but they did have a very elaborate kitchen. And you hear her think, and so much singing. But I feel confident that I would have enough, certainly transferable skills there.
All right.
Good to know. There will be a fair amount of combat. Obviously, you won't be asked to be involved because you'd be the cook. But we'll be freeing slaves and generally causing havoc.
Okay, so just so likely to go up against people with, swords and guns and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You hear her think, "I'll be fine. Yeah, as long as I can stay down where it's safe, shouldn't be an issue."
Right.
Yeah, you wouldn't be, of course, expected or asked to go into combat. We have other people for that, but it is something you ought to be aware of.
Absolutely.
Great.
And
what's your favourite thing to cook?
Favourite thing to cook? Well, there's this sort of strange little particular type of sort of grey cream soup that I learned how to cook. It was actually the first thing I ate. Anyway, regardless though, it's a very nice little creamy soup, and you get a weird image of her, like a mental snapshot of her in a slightly elaborate dress, sat in front of a table, digging into some sort of grey soup, and weirdly she's looking at a clock and a candelabra, but the image goes.
Stay with Clara for 4. Yeah. Or maybe Olga in that house. Possibly. Oh shit. Could I have made that leap in character?
I think you can with the information you have.
Cool. Obviously, I'm not going to mention that while she's in the room.
Fair enough.
Am I aware of werewolves in character?
Roll a
Corzin's mentioned them before.
Corzin has mentioned before. Yes. Corzin's then you have heard of werewolves
before, so I have heard of them. Just there's a conversation. I can't remember when it was, but we definitely talked about this on air.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. I've definitely made both of those leaps then. Anyone else got any other questions?
Do you like chocolate?
Oh yes.
Can you cook with it?
Sure, if you have it.
Loads.
Great. No, I'm very happy to work with chocolate.
Yes.
Definite plus from where you're sitting then, Scamp.
Well,
all right. Thank you very much for your time. We will be in touch.
Thank you very much. Stands up, gives you a little curtsy, and strides out.
I wait until she's good and gone.
Yeah.
She's a fucking werewolf.
What?
She's a fucking werewolf, I promise you. I think, from some of her thoughts, what happened was, you know how Clara's living in that place with the talking clock and the talking candelabra that all sing and that kind of
specifically the singing clock and the singing candelabra.
Yeah, the singing furniture has been going on about. I don't know if she said it to you in dreams as well.
Yes.
Yeah. I think what happened was, she was living there when Olga was living there, and she made a deal, and now she's a fucking werewolf, which is why she needs the 3 days a month. I think it's when the full moon is.
Oh, shit.
Well, which isn't necessarily a terrible, terrible problem.
No, it's someone who needs somewhere to go. That's what we're doing.
True.
Yeah.
What if we hired the adorable chef man, and she was his assistant?
I think that would get problematic with her having her own room and.
Also, just from a safety point of view, I know that she wouldn't mean to do this, but if she got loose, that's a serious security risk.
So? I occasionally catch things on fire by accident.
True. I want to hire both of them, and I don't know how to deal with this situation.
One of them is very good and competent, but will find a job easy. The other needs us.
You're right.
Isn't this what we're doing?
Yeah, she needs to get out. That's more important, isn't it?
Alright, we'll have to, we'll have to make sure we can do what we can in order to make things...
We don't let on at all that we know anything, or that we suspect anything, because we don't know.
No.
We don't break that trust. We give her what she needs, and we maybe just keep an extra eye out around that time.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Vig.
Give her a room with a few locks on it.
I don't want to have to contemplate this, but as captain, it would be remiss of me if I didn't. How much would it cost to get any silvered weapons?
I can look into it. There are fairly, as I understand, it's a fairly straightforward alchemical process to silver an existing weapons. I don't know what would happen if you did it to your fancy one, so you probably owned it separately, but I imagine cost of a standard saber plus, from what I understand, cost of the silver, you'd be looking at like 15 gold per silvered saber.
Alright, that's doable.
If you're thinking silver literal bullets, I imagine probably a gold apiece.
Alright, get a set of 10 sabers.
Will do.
Hate it, but fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm not having a conversation with people who may end up dismembered because we decided to take a werewolf on board. I'm absolutely fine with them being here, and we will make every provision. Although it would be irresponsible of us not to take these precautions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
But like Scamp says, privacy.
Yeah. She doesn't
Just
need to know.
leave this room.
Okay.
And I mean, we shouldn't ever take it up with her if she doesn't take it up with us.
Yeah.
I'm sure she knows how to deal with it by now. It doesn't feel new.
To be honest, I feel very good about being able to help someone else who had their life messed with Olga.
Yeah.
By the same token, I do have a crew to consider now.
Yeah. Well, let's all of us make sure we've got something handy in case of the worst.
Yeah.
Don't think it'll come to that. I think she's experienced, but...
No. But I want to make sure that everyone on the crew is safe. Herself included, of course.
I'll pass on the word then. So, you have hired Belle. She is a skilled cook. You don't get the +1 to morale, that was specific to Petit Pois, but she is skilled, so certain events, certain negative events will have reduced morale penalties, because good cooking helps soften the blow.
Yeah.
For the purposes of stats, her cooking is +8.
Okay.
Her wisdom modifier is a +3, and her constitution is +5.
Okay. Yeah.
She has 20 constitution.
Yeah.
She would.
Of course.
And you acquire what you at least believe to be a werewolf.
A lycanthrope of some kind.
Look at us hiring people.
So,
Exciting.
Yeah. Oh, I think we've got a fairly, we're shaping up to have a fairly diverse crew.
So, you, over the next few days, you take the opportunity to meet and encounter a few people that you've previously known. You find Watcher, Wheels, the carpenter, of the Regret, and meeting you again. Corzin! Oh, thank the Regent you're alive. And talking with her and with Pepper Salt, who's also working in the area, who does eventually come through to Kion. The pair of them do talk with you and are happy to take on the assigned roles of carpenter and navigator.
Excellent.
Oh, it's glad to finally put some of that training to use. Have to get the old charts out.
Absolutely.
In fact, give me some time and 10 gold, and I'll see if I can get some decent maps of Sunda.
Fantastic. Also, if we can chart the best possible course to Warwick's watch imminently, I'll appreciate that.
Well, shall do. And so eventually, you have an almost complete crew, sans one gunner. But as to how that goes, and to any final conversations, and one important sending, before you depart, we'll find out about those after these, no doubt important, messages. And now a word from our friends over at Steamrollers.
The Steamrollers Adventure Podcast is an actual play steampunk comedy adventure role-playing game podcast. Season 1, The Defectors.
He's gone and another guy appears in his place.
Oh!
You're gonna bop him?
Yeah!
Alright.
Oh my God.
So I was standing behind him.
Adrian was standing, she looks at you and she goes, I was going to say hi.
Season 2, The Principal Engine.
Hey, you got the girl, give me the horse.
She's 14.
Okay. Yeah, I did. Well, my horse is 5. What do you want?
Season 3, The Great War.
My name's Randall, Private Randall Doe, the ball gunner, but I'm also the engineer.
Good to see somebody who's working on fixing this ship. Brad's gonna yell from the inside. Think it looks bad on the outside. I love this crew, I just gotta say.
Find the show at steamrollersadventurepodcast.libsyn.com, iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, and your RSS player of choice. Find out more about the show at rigstories.com.
While you're busy liking, rating, sharing, and subscribing to Flintlocks and Fireballs, why not enjoy the smooth, fresh taste of Alders End vodka? Distilled in the historic town of Werrick's Watch, ours is a spirit as pure and clear as your conscience, after burning a treacherous sorcerer to ash. Alders End. Because life is terrible, and death is worse. And welcome back. So, before we continue, short correction from me. No, I was right the first time. It is Thunder's Watch, not Thunder's Wash. That was... I don't know how I got that mixed up.
So you made it ages ago.
I made it ages ago, looked at my notes, got a copy of the map and realised, oh, that is not correct. Speaking of which, Pepper, Seaman Salts, does actually return with a rough copy of a map of Sunder as part of the general charts that she'll be using to navigate the course to reach said continent.
This will
and
be
that's
useful.
Sunder, which the stowaways will also be able to have?
I'll put a note of... I'll write a note
Or
for
do
that
we want
down.
to wait for next episode for that?
To be honest, I think the map of Sunder might come with the arrival to Sunder.
Cool, no, fair enough. No,
So I may not necessarily provide that to everyone.
You probably won't have a map for this one. Love you, bye.
But you get a preview map. The reason you get the preview map is that map is not completed.
Cool.
So I'm going to add some things to that map.
No,
yet.
fair enough.
Still, though, that is enough to give you a rough idea of where things are. And some interesting little tidbits of the names. So, a few events do come to pass, amongst other things. First of all, you are eventually met by the leader of the Gulltown Pirates at the type when once they make their way to Delay after receiving their offer of employment via sending and accepting it. You are approached in the sort of chambers you've rented, the inn, by a dwarf with a shaved head, black, actually fairly short black beard, without the customary beard ring. Mm-hmm. It's quite short. It's cut quite short, and on top of his shaved head are just a plethora of tattoos. Including one, they're all in kind of just black ink, but there's a large one of an eagle, there are some crossed axes, and there are even like stylized flames on it.
Nice. Very heavy metal.
It's going to be a drawing of him.
Yeah, he's wearing black, he's got a kind of black leather jerkin with little studs on it. Comes up and gives you, narrows his eyes. You're Horhace!
That's right.
Tulk! Extends a meaty hand.
Tulk, pleased to meet you.
Gives you a kind of crunchy handshake. No, not Tulk, Talk!
Talk. Apologies.
Like the stone!
Right. Pleased to meet you. And Corzin returns the firm handshake.
All right, make a strength
both
check.
There?
I'll say you are. Yeah, he's just literally just come in the middle of the day. You guys are having a drink in the tavern, we'll say.
So I think Corzin needs to make a strength check.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, that's a 24.
You not only match his shape, but crunch his bones a little. There's a moment of wincing and then kind of respect.
I get the impression that he uses that to assert dominance, and it didn't work just then.
Celestia Stardust, nice to meet you. I put my hand out and very regretted I'm doing it.
Gives you the same knuckle-crunching handshake. Give me a strength check.
It's not going to go well, like, don't get me wrong. Maybe it is, actually. That's a fucking dirty 20.
It's not rolling well today. Again, you kind of return and crunch a bit back. He's like, again, a kind of impressed nod. Turns to you, Scamp.
I'm going to shake his hand with my tail.
I fucking love that.
Raises an eyebrow, but
I read his mind.
Gives a shake. He's like, tieflings. Okay. See how that goes.
Hello.
Hi. So, sounds like you're out for a bit of a lurk on the high seas. Need some heads busting. We're up for it.
Absolutely.
Great. Do you have a problem with goblins and or tieflings?
Well, they're a bunch of thieving, murderous bastards, and so are we.
Huh. There are worse answers. Yeah. What does he think?
He thinks they're a bunch of thieving, murderous bastards, and so are we.
We're probably going to be freeing slaves and getting into lots of scrapes and shit. That cool?
Thinks for a moment. Shame. I've heard there's good money in slaves. Oh well, so long as they steal other stuff, I don't care. Nah, not a problem.
Right.
Truly apathetic towards the issue of slavery.
You're good at fighting and things?
Of course we are. We even got our own tools, and kind of unloads from his back a blunderbuss similar to Corzin's.
Nice.
Oh, very nice.
Good old deck clearer. Gives it a stroke.
Did you say deck or dick?
Point it the right way, it's a deck clearer too.
Okay.
Depends how tall the people you're fighting are.
I find from our height, he's taller than you. Most people, it works for both.
Oh, point very much taken. Have you got much experience fighting on board ships, though?
No, but I got lots of experience fighting in close quarters with things that don't stay down until you blast their heads open.
Okay.
Undead?
Aye. Been living in Kion.
Of course.
Oh yeah, of course.
Whole bus turned into one of them. Started just turning folk into weird undead things left, right and centre into... Wait a minute. Oh, that was E3, was it?
Yeah, that would be us.
Yeah.
You see him think, hold up. Tiefling. Drow. Oh.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, I've heard they can shoot fireballs from their asses.
You see Celestia cover up a giggle, and again, you're not sure why.
Not going to be any bad
we've
blood.
worked out.
Nah. Boss was a prick. You a prick?
He was. Well, that remains to be seen.
Depends.
Good answer.
Depends. Yeah. I was going to go somewhere with that, but I like that on its own better.
That's fine. Sometimes you need to be a prick if you're a captain. If you need us to shaft anyone, you tell us.
Right, will do.
What if I... dicks and shafts and... Anyway.
There's a metaphor in here somewhere, but...
There is, I'm just struggling for it. There's definitely a dick joke in here, I can't get to it.
His mind is wandering already. I wonder if there's any good brothels in this town.
Probably it's a port town. Oh, actually, no, I can't hear that. I'm so sorry.
Again, Celestia kind of just clears her throat to herself. Don't say anything, just...
Hey!
Alright. Do you or your men need any specialist arrangements for transporting on board ship?
No, we're good. We got our own tools. We've scrounged together a few muskets, carbines for the halflings, and we got our own. And we got a few hand-to-hand weapons. Pulls what looks to be just like a hatchet out of his pack. Not necessarily the finest, but they've served us well. There's a few dents in it.
Certainly gets the job done, I'm sure.
Aye. So we'll be taking a month and a half. We'll be taking a month and a half fee in advance, of course. For actually, I think it's like 3 months fee because there's only 30 of them, but it's still a fair amount. Like, we'll be taking our advance fee to make sure that we're all in good spirits when we leave. But otherwise, got everything we need.
That's
out of character. Is that within the cost?
That is the 350 that we deducted on the break.
Fabulous.
Yes.
Cool. We did some maths on the break, stowaways.
Yeah.
That happened.
Yeah.
Well then.
Right. Well, pleasure to be we'll have the opportunity to work with you. Now,
and you too.
Let's get another round in.
You enjoy that? I'm going off to see if I can do any shafting myself. He wanders off in search of a brothel.
Oh, okay.
I really hope he doesn't end up shafting himself.
Yeah, that wasn't shafting like fighting. Scamp.
Yeah?
Have you ever shot a fireball out of your arse?
Not on purpose, but that time you were unconscious and I nearly killed you. Oh. Okay, I can try.
Yeah, he very much thinks you have. Apparently that's the rumour that's going around.
Whether or not that's
he said
you want
he thought
to
all of us.
Aid the spread of is entirely up to you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. He thought all of us could do it. So if we can aid that rumour, that's really, really funny, and we should absolutely do it.
Oddly specific. I wonder how he got that.
If we put together you casting farts and also fireballs happening, that could over enough of a rumour mill where things got butchered a bit.
And you did set that building on fire with the dwarven whiskey.
That did happen.
Yeah.
That was a strange day.
Think about it. If you had enough of that stuff and were able to light it, it would more or less be a fireball.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So, you settle down for some drinks. Time continues to pass. A few days later, Scamp, you receive a sending.
Ah!
Little one. Check the newspaper. Had a pretty major haircut. Scary. But honest. Out there. Hope you're okay. Met Wisdom. She's great. Genius. Keep on fighting.
That's the message you received. Do you want to send a reply?
Yes. Proud of you. Wow. That was fast. We'll look for a paper. Wisdom's awesome. I learnt some new magic. Made a pigeon. Bye!
You missed out the gecko.
It It's actually not that day's newspaper because you're a day away from Elisant. But the following day, you do get a copy of the Elisant Inquirer, which the headline of which is "Hero Tiefling Mage Saves Company." And it has a sketch, not entirely accurate, and there's a bit of artistic license taken, but there is for one thing, the image of Oksana actually has horns on.
Which she definitely wouldn't.
Definitely doesn't.
Point. Yeah.
But there is a slightly lionized picture of a tiefling with the same bracer and sort of arm guard and glove
and shoulder
bit that Oksana has, creating like a sort of shield against which shots are bouncing off while soldiers are being carried to safety. This is probably not an accurate representation of what happened.
The hair, if they're going off what she actually has now, would be super short, like army crop level.
No. But
she's cut the braids off.
The piece talks about how one Commandant Oksana Orlov was responsible for leading a charge to rescue prisoners of war being from behind enemy lines, and in the process also managed to take several key positions, leading to a major victory in the battles to push the coalition army back towards the former borders of Sul and further into the classically disputed territories beyond. The piece goes into some detail about her distinguished military history, having seen combat at St. Gregorsville, Caen, 2 separate wars, and how she has had a long and distinguished service, listing the various medals she's acquired. And that she is an open mage in the army. There's definitely Match's hand in this.
Yeah.
It's even the style of writing seems a bit
Feels
like how the way
him.
he speaks. But it's out there.
Wow. Well done, Condiment.
That was the grumpy lady, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's right.
Fuck.
Well, you should keep that, Scamp.
I will.
Scary.
Very brave. But I think you're right, that needed to happen, and I'm glad it has.
Yes.
So, in the remaining week or so,
I have a thing that I was going to suggest.
I'd like to ask what other things people would like to do.
I also have a thing.
Yes.
Okay. Corzin is going to say to you, Celestia. Remember we were speaking a couple of days ago about selfish things? Well, I do have an actually selfish thing, if you're up to it.
Yeah? What do you want?
Could you scry again on the former captain of the HMS Kennard? I want to know where he is, and if he's anywhere near where we're going to be going, I want to try and sink him.
Alright. I could be up for that.
Okay.
Should I do it now?
If there's no time at the present.
Yeah, I'm not using it for anything else today, fuck it. So, get out the eye. I say... how do I word this?
Don't think Captain Unibrow will work.
No.
Well, I don't know. Intent's important.
How about show me the man who was captain of the Canard when the Charlie's Regret was sunk.
Roll an intelligence check.
Okay.
We have scrolled on him before.
No. That's a 9. Do we know his name?
Can I say something if I've had a thought?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we do know.
I've not spun it yet. I'm talking about wording.
I mean,
so
if you say that, it'll show you the captain of the Canard as the Regret is sinking.
Yeah, fair.
Now that you've raised that, though, you do think you did discover his name.
What is his name?
But with a 9 on the intelligence check, you can't actually remember at this point. If someone else wants to make it. I mean, literally, if it's in your notes, you can find it.
I mean, it will be.
If you want to make it an intelligence check, anyone else wants to make an intelligence check, I'll just...
I will, because I'm fairly certain it was something Schwartz, which is why I got confused with Oscar Schwartz. Right, 10 history.
10. Okay, it's just intelligence, but yeah, okay. With a 10 intelligence check, you remember his surname, which you know, which is Black Tusk.
Oh,
which is why you got confused with Schwartz.
Sorry,
Black. Yeah.
Schwartz is German for black.
Yeah.
Captain Black Tusk.
Well remembered. I've forgotten. Show me Captain Black Tusk.
Okay. You spin the eye and plunge down. Can you roll me a d20 for relevance, please?
Yeah, sure. 13.
You look around. There's no bubble.
Oh, shit. Nah, nothing. He's sanctumed.
Blast.
We'll try again a couple of times while we're on the way.
Alright, thank you.
See if we can catch him.
Yeah. Because I've got nothing to suggest that he's anything connected with anything that's going on in Sunder at the moment, but then
he's
again...
a bastard.
Yeah. Also, we do know that...
He is.
Also, we do know that he may have some role to play in future events.
Or his descendants. Either way, we know he's high-ranking military and possibly even more so now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it makes me wonder if he's sanctum. Does he actually got promoted to the level where he's captain of a ship that has a sanctum seal on it?
Yeah.
Or is he royalty now because he killed someone who was ridiculously high up?
That's true. He killed the Duchess, didn't he?
Oh, he could literally just be in a palace.
He'll be that duke now. He could just, yeah.
Yep. No, you have a point there. Let's check back every so often while we're not doing anything while we're travelling, though.
If you could, I'd appreciate it.
Because you never know. We might catch him. Yeah. And if not, then it's not that much time wasted.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Check in once a week or something, you know?
That sounds reasonable.
Sorry, I'm giggling because it sounds like Scamp's understanding of how royalty works is very medieval. It's like, I have killed the king, now I am the king.
Yep.
I mean, that is literally sometimes how it works.
Yeah, that is literally how it works.
Yeah, it can
If you can get away with killing the king without anyone finding out, that is how you become king. If you're in line. Kill enough people.
True.
Or you kill the king surrounded by enough people who think you should be king.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and other things people would like to do.
I'd like to go and see Sakurasa.
You head down when you take the trip to Kion, and upon reaching there...
Oh, we're not staying in Kion.
So you are slipping between Kion and Dunay.
Oh, we're going up and down. Cool.
So this is in one.
I assume at some point we want to go see the Grimanis before we leave, so this feels realistic. At whatever point we're next in Kion.
At a time when you guys have gone to Kion,
you
head to the temple. I'm going to say you guys, because a lot of that recruitment was happening back on the 18th of Full Bloom. So by the time you catch a ship down to Kion, I'll say that a lot of this stuff happens around like the 24th. So By the time the 24th is rolled around, you head down, and there is something of a jubilant air, as I'll say that along the way there, you encounter Courage, who's doing some work, doing some day work.
Hello, you.
Hello, you.
How are you doing?
All right, I've drummed up enough crew as per the money you sent, so we're looking forward to joining you. And well, I've taken the liberty of asking to see if I can't assist with things on the marine side of things. Some of the Gulltown, the Gulltown company that's coming. They had the space free, so I'll be looking forward to doing a bit of work with them. And apparently, I heard the rumor that you've got a tiefling marine company.
Yeah.
Very excited to meet them.
Well, we wanted to be that kind of ship.
Good.
May or may not have immediately fired Brannigan's blades before we hired them for being a bit racist. Yeah. That happened.
Wait till I tell Wisdom. She is going to piss herself laughing.
Yeah.
By the way, you missed it, but there was an election.
Oh shit, how did it go?
It was a landslide victory, and for Alton Appleblossom. Unfortunately, he appears to have skipped town.
Oh shit. It's a shame, he'd be such a good mayor. It's a shame he hates it so much.
The second runner-up was Sakurisa.
Oh shit.
Who was too drunk at the time to actually go and sign the paperwork.
Why did anyone vote for her? I mean, she's fantastic, don't get me wrong, but mayor, really?
I voted for her as a joke. I think a lot of us did. Anyway,
you're all fucking idiots.
Anyway, she was too drunk at the time.
You had a vote and you used it as a joke?
I didn't think it would count.
You suck.
Well, everyone was voting for Alton. Anyway, she got too drunk to sign the paperwork, so now Philippe Laurent, what's his face? He's Chevalier? He's
yeah,
mayor.
That's the one. He'll probably be really good at it, to be honest.
I mean, I knew everyone was voting for Alton, so I didn't think it would matter.
Your vote always matters.
Yes, I feel like I very narrowly avoided a terrible outcome.
Yeah. Just like, for context stowaways, I'm so sorry. It is the last day you can register to vote before the election in this country right now. That's why it's funny.
By the time this episode comes out, we will already have had the election.
No, but actually the deadline has just gone. It was midnight today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the election will have happened, but we have no idea what it was.
At this time.
So whether that's still funny at this point, it remains to be seen.
The election will have happened like friggin' 6 weeks ago at the time.
Yeah, ages ago. Oh, I feel sick. I don't want to think about it.
Remember, kids, your vote counts.
Yeah, vote. Please. If you don't vote, I will come to whatever country you are in. I will drag you out of bed personally and I will take you to the fucking polling station. Vote.
Anyway, so yeah, that was a time.
Yeah, I imagine. Oh my god, I don't know what I'm doing with Oksana's voice there.
Hello.
Sort of picked it up. I'm still thinking about sending. I imagine it was.
Still though, I should get back to work. Just thought I should relate that weird happenstance.
Yeah, very strange. Well, glad to have you on board as a Marine anyway.
It's alright, I'll see you back around the house.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
You make your way on towards the temple, where you find Sakurisa tending to things. Well, hello.
I hear I'm talking to the almost mayor of the town.
That is true. Between you and me, if I thought I was going to win, I might have done what Alton did.
Fair enough, I wouldn't want to be mayor either. Sounds scary.
So, what can I do for you?
A couple of things.
What can I do for you? There we go. Back to Sud.
It's okay, do all the accents. couple of things. So, firstly, a lot of opium.
How much of a lot are you talking about?
I'm on a boat for 4 months.
Unfortunately, I need to wait for my boat to come in. I have, I think, about 60 doses total.
Okay. I can probably deal with that.
Not expecting another shipment for a month.
Yeah, I'll be gone by then. Might buy that off you and leave it at that, and hope it's fine. It's probably fine.
Why don't you come into the back room? We can count them out. Have a drink.
Sounds good.
Zacharias pours you some wine. Pours herself some wine. Offers you some drugs.
Don't happen to have a bit of time this evening and some substances, do you?
For you, I'm happy to make time.
That's good to hear. I give her 30 gold for the opium for a start. Or whatever it is. Is it 30 gold?
Yeah, you probably end up paying another 5 silver for the various incidental drugs that evening.
Yeah, cracking. I'll write it down because I can't find my gold page. 30 gold, 5 silver.
And
so, what have you got this evening then?
So coming back, you actually have that evening goes well. There's obviously fruit dust, but there's a few other things as well. There's always a little bit of red leaf powder.
Oh, I had that once. That was a lot. Very
It gives
fast.
you a lot of energy.
What would I be needing energy for?
I don't know, she says, raising the wine glass.
I lean forwards a little bit over the table.
She takes a sip. I'm sure I could think of a few things.
I'm sure you could. I could think of a few things too.
She reaches forwards, runs a finger down the line of your jaw. Takes you by the chin. Raises an eyebrow.
I raise one back and lean in.
She leans in and kisses you.
I snog the priestess of Dionysus.
I'm going to put, basically, because Saccharissa is up for a loss, but but does periodically check in with you. Do you just have quite a nice time with Saccharissa this evening, making out, or do you end up making love on a pile of opium bricks while high?
We get really high and have sex.
Okay.
That's what happens. So we make love on a pile of opium bricks.
That is exactly what happens, and I'm going to draw the curtain closed there.
I'm glad that we clarified that, but yeah, that's what happens. Yeah.
You leave the following morning with a hell of a hangover.
Yeah, Celestia
and a lot of opium.
Stumbles back to the house, hungover, everything over, looking ruffled as shit. At 8 a.m. or something ridiculous. having not slept.
You stumble back and just onto one of the couches.
We don't need an insight check to know that she hasn't slept, do we?
I don't think Scamp has either if you didn't come home.
No, potentially not.
Oh dear, I'm the worst, aren't I?
Yeah.
Up to either of you if you address this, of course.
Scamp, you watch as Celestia stumbles in, bleary-eyed, starts making some coffee.
Rough night?
In a manner of speaking, yes. She's doing the sort of I've just had sex smirk.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, actually. A bit tired.
Okay.
But...
Well, if you're not coming home, can you tell us, please?
Sorry, it was sort of unplanned.
Okay. I'm
going
to
I didn't
bed.
mean to worry you. I should
I
have
worry
sent,
a
shouldn't
lot. I worry a lot at the moment. It's all right.
No, I'm sorry. I should have sent to you.
I'm going to bed.
Okay.
You head to bed?
Scamp leaves the room. I just go, balls.
They're probably just scared you'll disappear again.
I know, and it's fair, and I should have thought.
Well, lesson learned.
Yeah.
I trust everything was okay.
Yeah. Probably tell you, because you're not a child. Yeah, I sort of fucked Saccharissa.
Oh.
It wasn't really planned, hence why I didn't think to send. It just sort of happened.
Well, fair enough, I suppose. So laughing at the music change. So I feel like I should have checked in with you a bit more about this, actually, but I know that things haven't been easy for you, especially not since we got out of the Underdark. There's going to be a long journey ahead of us, and I just want to know that there isn't anything else we can do.
You both do great all the time.
Well, I'd like to believe that, but honestly, I think I know myself well enough to know that there's always some room for improvement. I know you haven't been sleeping all that well, understandably, but...
No, that's why I thought when I was offered a night not sleeping, I'd just take it.
Yeah. Although
It's a bit weird, though.
What is?
It's stupid, and I know we're having a really serious conversation, but, never actually slept with anyone who wasn't Leah.
Huh?
Bit odd.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's different after a long time with someone.
I don't feel bad about it. It was good.
Good.
I've never really just fucked someone before. Bit of a strange feeling.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't worry too much about it, but like I say, it's sometimes when you have a very deep relationship with someone, it's hard to sort of see all of the different parts of that relationship in a different context, I guess.
Yeah, it's never really had another context.
Hmm.
Like, never just sort of got high and had sex with someone.
Hmm.
Like I say, it was good, but yeah, strange.
Sometimes.
Really bad about Scamp. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, sometimes it's exactly what people need. But no, I think with Scamp, they worry about you. They worry about all of us. I think, especially with them, particularly, they have this worry about people leaving.
Yeah. And I did, even if it wasn't of my own choice, after I promised not to.
I mean, I would be lying if I said I hadn't occasionally had a slight pang whenever we'd been separated in the course of doing what we're doing, but you learn to mitigate that over time.
Yeah. I should make it up to them somehow.
Yeah, and I've no doubt you will, but I think possibly the best way to do that is ensure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
Come here. He gives you a hug.
Yeah, I kneel down and give him a hug.
Yeah, because basically, if Corzin is offering you a hug, he basically just has to put his arms out.
Yeah, Corzin kind of beckons and I come down, is what I'm trying. I imagine we have the process down by now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I feel like as friends we'd be used to doing this, so it wouldn't feel weird.
Yeah.
Am I a terrible person? I feel like one.
No. I think that...
I even feel a bit bad about Leah. I mean, it's not been that long, has it?
No, it hasn't, but I think that... Well, what happened last night happened, and I think the fact that you're not absolutely eaten up with guilt about it is a good indication that things have moved on from where they were.
That's a nice thought.
But I think, by the same token...
I think I'm mostly just not addressing the whole Leah thing, because so much else happened that I can't really go there.
Doing things to make yourself feel good is absolutely...
Sorry, I'm a child.
No, it's fine. I was going to say, doing things to make yourself feel good is all well and good. The trap you want to watch yourself about, though, is doing things to ensure that you're not feeling bad. And I know that's really easier said than done right now. Don't think I don't. But,
What else do you do? What else are you supposed to do? When things are bad? What else is there?
Don't suffer alone. You've got people. Obviously, I can't pretend to know exactly what it's like to have been through what you are, what you've been through, but there are people who are willing to listen.
Not all the time. People have their own stuff to deal with.
No, but... Well, take Scamp, for example. Scamp, if they could fix all the problems in the world by snapping their fingers, they immediately would, without a hesitation.
Oh, yeah.
And they can't do that, but I think... Well, like the rest of us, they want to do what they can. What they're capable of.
Yeah.
Like, it was years before I spoke to anyone about what happened in Barnacle Point, and in hindsight, I understand why, but I think that was a really big mistake. It meant that I never got close to anyone. It meant that I never replaced the relationships that I had there for a very long time, and it left me kind of empty. Like, I've got my goals, I've got my ambitions, and they haven't changed, but you need more in your life. Otherwise, it just becomes a bit... well, like an empty tankard.
I suppose it's not an empty tankard you can fill with booze, is it?
Not permanently, no. And anyway...
Just a bit of a mess.
And you're okay, you're allowed to be.
The thing is, so many parts of me are a mess that I don't really know where to start in even talking about it.
Oh.
So I'm not...
Like the rest of us, you just got to do what you can. Like, what are you feeling right this second.
Guilty and weird and sad and empty.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Tired. Very tired.
Yeah. Maybe you should do your best to get some rest as well.
I don't think I can right now.
Well, I imagine you got precious little over the previous night.
Yeah, not
He
much.
gives you a wry smile.
Yeah, just feel a bit stupid.
You made a mistake. It's not a character flaw.
No, but it was, 12 hours of worry for someone I really like.
Yeah, and well, knowing that will hopefully make sure you don't do that again. But like I say,
I might go and get them a cake or something. I won't fix anything, but
no, but it's a nice gesture.
there'll be cake.
And everything's always better with cake.
Yeah, and they like cake.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go do that while I let whatever else I took get out of my system before I can manage to sleep.
Alright.
I'll see you in a bit. Thanks for the talk. Sorry, I'm so weird.
You're alright, don't worry. And it's, what we're here for.
Thanks. I'll see you later.
Alright, see ya.
You got some rest.
I buy Scamp a cake, and I'm sorry into the top, and I leave it outside the door for when they wake up.
Oh, so wholesome.
You spend 2 gold.
Cool.
The Scamp, you get said cake. And time continues to pass. The Scamp, you said you were going to leave a conversation with the Grimanis off until the last possible minute, right?
Yeah, although that kind of makes me think maybe I should talk to them, because you don't get things thwarted by not talking to people, as it turns out.
Okay.
So maybe you do it a bit sooner than you were planning on doing it.
Yeah.
So, a day or a couple of days later, you decide to talk. Who do you want to approach amongst the Grimanis? Most of them are working.
Just Justice.
Okay, yeah. Eventually, they'll be there to greet. They'll be there to say farewell to you before you make the trip, the quick 4-day trip back up to Kion. So this is so you've got the last couple of days before you have to leave. But you do find Justice, I'll say in the evening, when he comes back from some of the day work he's been doing, and he's actually busy making dinner. At the point when you come to him, he's started chopping ingredients and getting a pot ready. Looks over. Scamp, would you mind helping me out here?
Sure.
Just
What am I doing?
Actually, you know what? If you can help start the fire going, be a lot quicker.
Yes.
Chops vegetables. So, what's on your mind?
You knew Violet, didn't you?
There's a pause for a moment. You get the fire going. I did. Believe it or not, we were close. Starts chopping vegetables again.
I think we might be related.
Pause. Tilts, looks back. I hate to break this to you, Scamp, but I'm pretty sure we're not related. I mean, Don't get me wrong, you're like a child, one of my own children, but the horns are... Oh.
No, oh.
Ah. Yes, that would... that would make sense, yes. He purses his lips. That would definitely make sense. It's been... Oh, what would it be now? 40 years. And if she's around, she'd be the last of them. So... I think I may have mentioned it before, but about 3 or 4 decades ago, there was a series of pogroms, violent attempts to root out tieflings in Midmere. And the clan of tieflings with horns like yours was wiped out then at the time. So if she's still around, given your age, I think it's very possible that there might not be many other options. Yes. And he frowns. I suppose I could see some of it. Something in the cheekbones, perhaps. Takes the... wanders away from the chopping board, takes a heavy pan, pots it over the fire, starts filling it with water from a bucket, starts putting the vegetables in, some spices. What do you want to know about her?
Anything. Everything.
Okay. I knew her 40 years ago. So I don't know who she is now. I knew her when we were teenagers. And I was very different than myself. We sailed aboard the ship of Captain Bloodbeard Brandy. 3 of us. And young Marlin, but in truth we sort of picked on him. Me, Vig. Oh, I was very surprised to find out you knew. That's coincidence for you. We had a few drinks and a lot of catching up. And Violet, though her nickname was Violence. She was a very, very skilled fighter. Driven as well. Bloodthirsty, but there was no one on that crew who wasn't. It was just the environment, I guess in the very real sense, we grew up in. I liked her. I think she liked me. But, well, again, teenagers, hard to tell. She likes Violet, liked purple. She looked at the time, thanks to the little trick she had, like a human girl. Black hair with a streak of violet like it was dyed. He smiles fondly for a moment, looking at the pot while staring at it. Cracking sense of humour. But she was obsessed with self-improvement. And I think with finding out more about herself, about her history, she fought strongly and loudly with Brandy about taking tieflings onto the crew, besides me. So there were a few of us. And when it all fell apart, they went with her. Looks a little more sadly. I didn't. I was too angry. I wanted revenge. She did the smart thing. She got out. Although she then got out and went into piracy, so, well, stayed in piracy, I suppose. Managed to talk her way into first mate position on one of the ships when the Armada was breaking apart. Probably would have made captain. Almost certainly. I don't know where she is. I don't know what she's doing. I don't know if she's still alive. Anything else? I'm happy to talk about it, he says, looking a little sad.
Was she a good person?
No, none of us were good people.
But could she be?
I don't know. But, I didn't believe I could change. Until I met Constance. I thought I would always be that angry, bloodthirsty young man. I thought I would always be vengeance. But 40 years is a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, she'd be in her 50s by now. Of course she would. Same as me. But maybe she changed. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she found what she was looking for. But I came back to Jova, and as far as I know, she stayed around Sunda. I heard maybe some tales of a ship like hers that could have been hers popping up around the coast of Haldanos at one point, but I truly don't know. After she broke up the fleet, we all went our own ways.
Do you know what ship she ended up on?
Thinks back. I feel like it was like some sort of lizard or something.
Basilisk?
Could be, yes. It's been a long time.
Yeah. Do you remember who the captain was?
Long time ago. Franz thinks, shakes his head. No, a long time ago. Going to remember. You have to understand, the fleet at the time, there were 60, 70 ships. The pirate armada.
Could she do magic?
It was one of the things she wanted to do. She had the... I don't know exactly what it was, a cloak or something that would let her look different. I told you about it before.
Mm.
But... yes, she once said that she was saving up her shares. She wanted to buy her way into university.
Mm.
She certainly had a fair amount stashed away. Could have done it. Would not surprise me. She had the ability... she had an ability to pass that few tieflings could dream of. Anything else?
I don't know.
Pass me one of the jugs of wine. Goes well with the stew.
Mm. There you go.
Pause a little and corks it.
And I don't think she got to be a better person. I don't think she is a good person if she's still out there, but... so why does it hurt that she never came back?
He looks into the pot. She had her own life to live. And so did I. It wouldn't have worked.
But she never came back for me, either.
Oh shit, sorry. I don't know. I genuinely don't know why.
I shouldn't care. It shouldn't be important.
I don't know why you were abandoned the way you were. I'm sorry it happened. But you know you'll always have a home with us.
Yeah. I know. Thank you. But... I think maybe she thought I was dead or something, but she clearly didn't look very hard. Oh. Maybe it's for the best. It hurts.
It would, yes. I'm sorry. Turns and opens an arm to offer you a hug.
Mm. I hug him.
Kind of takes you under one arm, holds you tight, stirring the soup with the other one. Ruffles your hair a bit.
I think she might have made maps out of people.
He looks into the distance. Well... wait. Like the map I gave you?
Yeah.
Mind you, Brandy always said he would flay traitors alive. Maybe she took that one literally.
Yeah. Still hurts though.
I know it does, little one. It's okay. It's okay for it to hurt.
I mean, maybe she's dead and that's fine.
Maybe, yes. Kind of rocks you a little bit while hugging you. It is okay to cry if you need to.
Oh, I am, don't worry. Your shit's getting wet.
Yes, I see now. Oh. Let me pass you a handkerchief. Here you go.
People always say they won't leave.
I think sometimes people break their words, and sometimes people have no choice. It is important that they try.
But do they ever manage to keep it? Ever?
I mean, strictly speaking, you could say that I kept my word of staying with Constance. If you wanted to be bleak about it, arguably you only keep your word about not leaving someone if they die before you do, but you know, that's... Here's the thing. Infinite promises will eventually break by circumstance. People get run over by carts in the street. The world changes. But that doesn't mean that we should mince our words like lawyers either. Words given in good faith count for something, even if they cannot be completely infinite. If your friend... If Corzin and Celestia have told you that they will not leave you, then they will do everything in their power to stay with you. And I feel, and I can promise you, that if they are taken away from you, it will only be because another power overpowered them. They're a family you can trust.
It's hard, though. I do trust them. But I just... They don't talk to me sometimes. Things are hard and they don't... They just vanish, and I try and follow, and I'm not good at it sometimes, and I don't manage it, and then they're gone. And how can I know they're gonna come back?
Because they are your... They are the kind of family that comes about by being earned. And a good family by blood will do that too. But you are very important to them. As important to them as they are to you. Doesn't mean they're always going to be around all of the time. You know, sometimes they need to go out to do their own thing. But they will come back. Think of Corzin. How often is he away from his little one?
Yeah.
But he always comes back.
Yeah.
And he has to be. Well, he has to be up until the end of the month, and then I guess he gets a ship. Some people have all their luck.
Oh.
I am kidding. It is fine. By the way, if anything happens to my son, I will gut him and then use the guts to strangle him.
Oh, it's alright. We'll keep him safe.
Good.
Well, we'll try. I've got a healing stick. I can hit people with it and they get better.
Reminds me of the legend I once heard about the healing shiv. Fine.
It's just they do reckless things. And what if I'm not there with my healing stick?
they will look after themselves as well. But
I don't think they will. What if someone's hurting so bad that they don't want to anymore?
Then we need to talk to them. When I got back to Jova, I was a mess. I was angry and hateful and violent. And I got myself into and out of a lot of trouble. And I had so much rage. And there was a beautiful girl. Who made a living as a baker's assistant. And she did these really amazing buns. And I wanted to talk to her. And when I went and got a bun, and I did that every day, she would say hello, and I would say hello, and we would talk a little bit about nothing.
Oh.
And after a few weeks, she would ask me, hello, and we'd say hello, and she would say, what's wrong? And I'd say, nothing. Nothing's wrong. What do you mean? She'd smile and she'd sell me the bun. And she kept asking it every single day, and by the Regent, it was annoying. She didn't push. Sometimes I lost my temper. Stormed out with my bun. Usually I'd just say, no, I'm not in the mood to talk about it. And she'd change the subject. But she never stopped asking. I hated it about her. And one day I was so low. I had blood on my hands. I mean, I didn't, so I scrubbed it off, but could feel it. And she asked me what's wrong. And I couldn't help but tell her. And I ended up telling her everything. Everything. Sometimes you need to be the annoying little person who asks, how are you? Or what's wrong? And most of the time, when they're not ready to talk, they'll go, everything's fine, or you're being a prick, fuck off. Well, that's to me. Or whatever. But when it's and you don't push. You don't want them to clam up. You just make it known to them that you are there. That they can talk to you. That you're really interested. That it's not just being polite and going, oh, how are you? And expecting, oh, I'm fine. No, really, how are you? And when they're ready to talk about it, they will. And sometimes that can take weeks.
Okay. I'll try.
Oh shit, the bottom of this stew is burning. One moment.
Oh.
Come on. Help me get the rest of dinner ready.
Okay.
And dinner is prepared. So.
I'd like to do something. I'm assuming we all have that dinner together.
Yeah, I'll say that evening you all gather together.
Yeah, this isn't just from that chat.
Yeah.
I
will say actually you'll gather together for final dinner before you guys are ready to leave Kion, go up to Delane, take possession of your ship.
Okay.
So everyone's here.
Well, like later in the evening when we're all chatting amongst ourselves, I have a thing I'd like to do. I don't know if there's anything people want to do while we're in the big group, or like if anything else.
Yeah, if there's anything anyone particularly wants to do with the Gramanis or do anything.
We can do it in a different order, like whatever people like, but I just...
Yeah, no, otherwise I'll say...
Nothing specific.
Don't think so.
I mean, talking to Wisdom about Oksana a lot, but that's just a general ongoing thing.
You have a really nice... Like, you have a lovely final dinner. There's wine.
And I shower my new spells.
How long has it been since I stayed out all night?
At this point, it's been a couple of days.
Yeah, it's about the right time. Later on in the evening, when they're not surrounded by people, I sidle up and awkwardly sit next to Scamp. If they'll let me. Hello.
How are you?
Alright. That's not why I came over, though.
Okay.
I know I gave you a cake, but it's so not good enough, and I'm really sorry. And I wanted to give you some space.
Oh, it's okay.
But you're scared of people leaving, and I left without telling you where I was, because I got caught up in something stupid. And I'm sorry.
I guessed where you were. Didn't mean I wasn't scared you wouldn't come back.
I know. I didn't think about that at the time. And it was mean and selfish, and I'm sorry. Really. I should have at least just taken, 30 seconds to send to you or something. That would have been fair. Didn't do very good at being a friend.
It's alright.
I want to ask if we're alright, but I also don't want to pressure you if we're not.
Of course we are.
It's alright if we're not.
No, we are.
Oh, good.
Always. You made a mistake. You did something without thinking, but... Of course we're okay.
Good. You're much more important than the stupid thing I was doing. I was just worried I'd fucked everything up, and...
Was it more drugs?
I mean, yes.
Oh, and yeah. Well, that's fine. That's important. It's natural. Oh.
This is why I didn't tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, we need to remember that you are a child sometimes.
Bah.
I don't want to tell you anything too graphic.
I don't mind about that. I don't want to know. Ugh.
I'm not going to tell you anything. It's okay.
But I don't mind that. The other stuff worries me.
What, the drugs?
Yeah, do you not remember they were halflings, weren't they? That gang. We killed most of them.
Yeah. What, the ones
but
that
they
all
weren't...
have fucking rhyming names?
Oh!
Celestia looks at the camera to where the DM is. And then looks back at Scamp.
They were a mess.
Yeah?
They were dependent. And... I mean, I've seen it elsewhere too. I don't want that for you.
Yeah, I know.
just worry. I worry one day you won't come back because you misjudge it.
I mean, one thing about Saccharissa, she does actually know her drugs pretty well. I know that sounds stupid, but like, it's at least some sort of controlled environment with someone who knows what they're doing.
How many drow has she had drugs with? Does she know how it affects you differently to other people?
Don't know.
Because different things affect people differently. Bodies work differently.
Yeah.
I can put my hand in a fire and not get hurt.
If I put my hand in a fire, it'll be a problem.
Yeah, when sunlight's a problem for you.
Yeah. I mean, judging by the Hanalis, we're alright with drugs, but, it's fuck me.
I don't want to tell you how to live your life or look after yourself, but no, I'll worry, okay?
Alright.
Because I can't change that.
I can at least do my best to help with that.
And I'm always here for you, okay? Always.
Thank you. I'm here for you too, you know. It's part of the reason I wanted to talk. I know it's been a weird few days for you. And I mean, I wanted to say sorry for making it worse. And also just check how you're doing.
I don't know, really.
It's okay.
I talked to Justice.
Oh shit, how was it?
A couple of days ago. Nothing new, really.
Alright.
She was bad. She might still be bad. She might be dead. She might not be.
This is an offer without any pressure. If you ever want me to have a look, you know I'm happy to.
I know.
She might be somewhere sanctioned, so it might not work anyway. But if that would help at any point, I'm happy to, obviously. Whatever you need.
Yeah.
Lovely.
I know I'm gonna have to stop. I'm gonna have to stop running from it at some point and just find out, because it could be nothing. It could be nothing bigger than like anything we're doing, or even smaller,
or she could be dead.
Or it could be so much worse. So much worse.
Not knowing stuff is scary.
Yeah. I mean, last time we thought, oh, maybe let's just have a little look and check. Turned out I died, so...
Horrifying.
Yeah!
It might be worth... This would be my thought. Obviously, you don't have to go with it. It is very much your life. Maybe while we're in the middle of the sea, on the way to Sunder, where she's probably not nearby, might be a good time to at least have a little look where she is, so we know if we're going towards her or away from her.
Yeah.
Even if that's all you'd want me to tell you. Doesn't have to be a detailed thing, but I think it might be worth knowing which of those we're doing.
Or the ship as well. because I think we know what her ship is, or was.
Yeah, it was the Basilisk?
And it's probably sanctumed, which would mean it would just fail.
Probably.
But if it didn't just fail, no matter what you saw, it means it's not sanctumed.
Yeah.
Like, if it's bottom of the ocean, you'll still see a wreck.
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
I think.
Just imagined all of these, like, in the future, all of these really frustrated diving crews trying to find these sunken treasure ships, but they were sanctums. They're like, scrying doesn't work on them.
I don't know.
I know.
You're right, though. It's getting dangerous to not know.
The thing is, though, as I say, if there's things that you don't want to know, I could even just check for anything dangerous and tell you the necessary things to keep you safe and to keep us safe.
No, if you know, I should know.
Okay. I didn't want to put that weight on you if you didn't want it. Because the thing is, for me, like, knowing things, it's about her, it's weird, but it's not what it is for you. It's not a responsibility.
But that's a weight you'll be carrying, knowing that I don't know. That's... You'll have to be watching what you say, and no, you don't need that.
I'd be fine.
And I'd be wondering what you're thinking and what you know, and...
No, that would be weird,
no.
wouldn't it? Alright, I guess if we look, then we really look.
Yeah.
But only when and if you're ready.
If it helps, I don't think she's looking for me. Or us.
Good.
I suppose. Yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah, it is good. Good if she
I'm gonna go find Jeffrey. I'm gonna go...
Alright.
I might go for a fly.
Go for a fly, and... Again, I'll try and do better.
Maybe I'll just let Marjorie go for a fly for me. Have you seen this? It's really cool.
No.
I can just do this, and then... Now I can't see anything, but I can see what Marjorie sees.
I poke them in the nose.
Okay, you open your eyes, and you see the rooftop, and opposite you is Jeffrey. And you just hear yourself going... Jeffrey points upwards. Your eyeline follows. You fly into the air, do a little circle. Land again.
Are there any, like, bowls of nuts or marshmallows or treats of any kind in the house while they're doing this?
I'll say you can get nuts.
I would like to shove as many nuts into my mouth as possible and put my face really close to theirs, with cheeks bulging full of nuts for when they open their eyes and they can see again.
I'm gonna be with Marjorie for ages.
I eat a couple of mouthfuls of nuts and refill them. I get bored.
Marjorie is close enough for you to telepathically command her as well.
I will go for a fly for about 10 minutes and back.
Okay, you give Marjorie a command to fly for the next 10 minutes because your commands kind of break off after that point.
Yeah, it's
but
go
you
for
ride
a certain
with
distance, then come back.
It's weird. You get sight and sound, but you don't get the proprioception. It's not like you're in. It's not like you're in Marjorie's body. You're still in your body. You still feel the same temperature. You can still feel the position of your body around you, but you're just getting the sound and sight from Marjorie's senses. And you engage in a spot of flight over Kion. Get quite a nice view before landing back on the rooftop where Jeffrey is just doodling with his knife in the tiles.
What did Jeffrey draw?
It's like random scratchings. It's not actually anything elaborate. But yes, Jeffrey's apparent intelligence is quite distressing.
Yeah.
However,
does he recognise his own reflection these days?
Ooh, should take him to a mirror and find out. That's a horrible game for at some point.
Moving onwards from there. So, the following morning you bid your
Firstly,
farewells.
very important event, you open your eyes and Celestia is
You open
there
your
with
eyes,
hamster cheeks full of
Celestia is
nuts.
there, hamster cheeks full of nuts.
That was a lot of nuts. You were ages. I thought it was hilarious.
I went flying.
At one point, I like to imagine like Courage came in to get some nuts, just like had a short conversation with you, left, which Scamp was completely unaware of.
I definitely just ate a lot of nuts in this time. I did not stay there still the whole time.
Oh, why is Scamp appears to be standing and just staring at the wall? Okay.
They're fine.
But the following morning, after a night's rest, you gather up to begin your journey up to Delay. You'll actually arrive a little bit in advance of some of the groups who've set out ahead of time on non-magical horses. Courage catches a lift with you, but many have actually set out a couple of days before, taking the land route round in one group to make their way to Delay, ready to staff your new ship. As you eventually arrive on the 1st of Falling Blossom, you make your way to the port of Delay, up to the shipyards. There, on the pier, with resplendent new sails, as per your design was. Corzin, remind me what the design you asked for was?
Yeah, I asked Fighty to... I may have to go back and check this, but I think it was the design of the prow of a ship piercing like the... If I said the bell of a kraken, like the large bodily part,
beautifully carved into the actual, like beautifully stitched into the actual physical cloth of the ship's sails is this image of the same ship piercing the kraken's hide. It's a definite statement of intent. It's attracting a lot of attention, but not just for the flashy design of the sails. It is a fresh new 5th-rate frigate, but with a sleek hydrodynamic design to it. It's slightly differently built to a lot of ships, and it actually just looks faster. It's also heavily armed, and and looks like it can certainly pack a bit of a punch as well. Crew members are loading heavy crates of supplies onto the ship, 200 tons of supplies, in fact, and we mentioned this during the break, actually, but I forgot to mention it. You were considering buying some cargo, so if you've decided to purchase any cargo, they'll be loading that up as well. The main item of value that is exported through Delay and through Kion is Sulian wine. Sulian wine is quite expensive at the moment with the whole depression that just happened. So it's running at... So the asking price is around 190 gold pieces per ton. You should have around 580 free spaces of 580 tons of free space at this point, though. So
we still can't afford that many tons.
No, but you could buy a few if you wanted to sell on for a small profit in Meadmere or a larger profit in Sundon.
Well, we wanted to buy some healing potions for the ship as well. We currently have 1,990 gold to play with. So basically we could buy up to 10 tons, but that would be like all our money. Or we could buy a couple of tons and also buy some healing potions.
I think possibly a couple of tons and some healing potions, because we can always sell on the cargo when we get to Meadmere and stock up again there.
And maybe use the profits from that to buy even more healing potions.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking.
Yeah, and maybe
we do need some cargo to take all the way, otherwise we're not going to be able to pay for things.
Yeah.
It's a lot to be able to rely on, like, piracy on the way.
It really is. I was wondering, in our kitty that we've got of 1,990 gold, should we keep 600 of that so that we definitely have a month's wages?
I think that's wise. We don't want a mutiny on our hands. Not that it would immediately
come
to
space
that.
To buy stuff, but what
yeah.
do you both think?
Yeah, I think it's worth doing.
Okay, so we have 1,390 to play with.
Okay.
So what portion of that do we want to spend on cargo? What portion on healing potions? What do you think?
Well...
Ugh.
Does the Krakensbane have any healing potions at all currently?
It has the ones that you supply.
Right, okay, that's fine.
So not many.
Alright, I think...
This is, like, you will have ordered these previously, and the alchemists can, like, provide these to order. So you can essentially order an almost infinite number of basic healing potions. Just, you spend a lot of money to get them.
Yeah.
Alright, if we've got 1,300, I think we can easily take 500 of that and get 10 healing potions.
Okay.
That's
and
not
then
going
use
to
the
be...
rest for cargo.
Yes.
For now. Maybe see if we can make a little profit in Meadmere and buy something else to sell from some of it.
Yes.
The price of healing potions is essentially standardized everywhere, so it's always 50 gold.
Yeah.
So you purchase. So your stock has 10 healing potions.
Yeah.
Okay, make a note of that.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully Al will be able to make those go as far as they can, possibly.
Yes.
Should it come to that.
Yeah.
So, with you've spent 500, that leaves you 890. You could, given that you wish to keep 600 free for wages, unless you've already deducted that.
I've taken that away.
That? Okay.
After the 600, we have 1,390.
Yeah.
So 500 from that is healing potions.
So it's 890 then.
Yeah.
So you could get up to, I think, 8. Yeah, you can get 8 tons of Cerulean wine, and it will leave you with the 720 minus 890. It will leave you 740. I think that should leave you with like 140 gold. That's not right.
Let's do the maths off air.
Yeah, it leaves you with a certain amount of money.
Yeah. We'll work it out afterwards.
170.
Cool.
There we go. You have 170 gold pieces left.
Yeah. And I guess maybe in Meadmere we try and sell a little cargo to buy a few more healing potions and make some profit, see what we can do.
Yeah, if we can get the right wholesaler for wine, I'm sure we can cut a deal. It's not particularly wine-growing country up there.
Not especially. You also find a delivery.
Oh. Interesting.
As you approach, being loaded on via a crate is the quotation marks package you agreed to deliver for the sculptor. And overseeing it is the blonde elf, a slightly more upscaled, more elaborate version of the green dress that she typically wears, Veldrina. She has, as ever, a small china cup of coffee in her hands, which she is drinking. And the package is an enormous crate with several air holes and curtains covering the air holes from the inside.
Oh god, what the fuck is this?
This will take up 20 tons of your hold space.
Jesus.
Whoa!
Okay.
Valdrina turns. Good to see you. Just came to oversee the delivery.
How are you?
Yeah,
Congratulations on your promotion.
Quite. Been busy taking over a few things in Vendion, but we have, as it were, the restaurant up and running now.
Good.
Will you be making your way to any of the 13 colonies during your trip?
Help.
That would
Most
be,
likely.
Yes, that would be the Osirian colonies, which includes Thunder's Watch.
Well, we're definitely doing Thunder's Watch, aren't we?
Perfect. Just drop this off at any one of them, and
any particular place?
Thunder's Watch is fine.
No, any particular place in Thunder's Watch? Any?
yeah. Do you just want us to drop
No,
it on
just
the
leave
dockside?
just leave it on the crate. Just leave it on the docks, unattended overnight. It should take care of itself.
Is it going to hurt people?
No. However, the sculptor has left instructions not to open the crate or disturb it in any way, and that will apply to the crew as well. Provided no one opens the crate or disturbs it in any way, there should be no problems.
Will it hurt people at the other end?
Well, she smiles. No one that you'd care about getting hurt. At least no one who hasn't hurt other people first. I told you, as we discussed, there are a number of elements in our line of business who need to be brought into line with the way we operate.
Apropos, is there anyone out there who is affiliated with the Fisher Kings that we ought to know about?
I really don't mind.
No, there's not. That's why we're sending the package.
I see.
So Valdrina is a pretty experienced person, unlike a lot of the people you've been reading minds of. And she might recognise the motions for casting. So I'll ask you for a sleight of hand check, please. Against a passive perception.
It's not bad, you know. Give me a second. That's a 21.
Okay, that's high enough. She doesn't notice you casting. At least, well, she doesn't. You know that she doesn't notice you because she didn't think.
I
Oh,
would
just
know.
seen.
Yeah.
Yes. So you hear her think. At least, give it a few years, and we will have some people there.
Anything else we need to know about this crate? Any maintenance?
Does it need feeding?
That is taken care of. Simply tuck it away somewhere down in the bottom of the hold where it won't be disturbed, and it will take care of itself.
Does she think anything about the crate?
While
she's saying it.
She thinks if it can, provided the bloody inhabitant doesn't get bored anyway. He's got plenty enough in there to keep it busy. Actually, no, she thinks he's got plenty enough in there to keep him busy.
Interesting. Right. Well, this is all really weird and uncomfortable. Thank you.
Well, that's business sometimes. Still, the best of luck to your journey.
Thank you.
We'll get it loaded first, forthwith.
It is indeed already been loaded on, and new members of your crew, actually a mixture of the goblins and some of the more experienced hands, are busy kind of taking it with it as a team, bringing it downstairs, down into the hold. They're working, but there's a little bit of... They're definitely on two separate sides as groups, helping loading it down.
Can we cordon off this crate to any capacity?
Yes.
I can set an alarm.
Put it in the forward hold and bar the door. Scamp, that's a good idea with the alarm.
Yeah,
I'll alarm it
enough,
every couple of hours,
whatever
it is.
Right now.
Was it 8 hours I've got an alarm?
Yeah.
I'll do it every 8 hours.
that's an option. You can also, but yes, putting it in the front forward hold and barring it will also work to deter casual inspection.
I'm going to spend this entire trip casting spells as rituals.
Yeah, have you got too much to do? Are you going to be okay?
Welcome to the life of a ship's mage.
So I do the alarm once every 8 hours. I've got a lot of breathing water spells to do every day. Like, many. Maybe 8.
Bloody hell.
At least.
Yeah, you worked out that you can cover the officers, the Marines, Little Corzin, and 8 lucky crew members.
One of which I imagine will be Courage.
Yes.
Yes.
Every day, with an expenditure of basically an hour and a half of your shift time.
I think whenever I've got nothing to do, I might just do it anyway as well.
You have no. You have literal shifts, work shifts as ship's mage. You actually have a lot of time to do this.
But I will be doing it in my off time as well, because if anyone drowns, I'm going to feel awful.
Oh dear.
Oh dearie me.
There's a lot of the wind spell as well. Got to do my fart spell.
Good thing we got a good cook on board.
Twice a day, maybe?
And indeed,
Yes,
you can
we
smell
all will.
from below that some sort of lightly spiced curry actually is underway, courtesy of Belle. And the various other members of the crew have arrived, including looking with their old sealskin coat kind of collared up to try and look inconspicuous. Sidling up to you is a sandy-haired halfling. So we still got room for a gunner.
Hello,
It's
you.
the mayor.
Shh, not mayor.
Congratulations.
You managed to saddle Pierre that job.
Well,
How
Only
you managed to
just.
do that, I have no idea, but well done.
A fast horse. That's how.
well done.
Well, fair play to you.
Government is
I
not
suppose
in my
you've been
blood.
laying low here for a while then.
He nods. If I never have to do any sort of government job again, I'll be very happy.
Oh, how do you fancy running a gunning team?
Maybe getting murdered by pirates or something.
Great, that sounds like the usual. Glad to be aboard, Captain.
Glad to have you. I'm sure you'll find the gun decks to your liking. And it is decks this time.
Yes, I do. 2 decks. And you've got some satisfying long guns there as well. I shall definitely be looking forward to giving these beauties a try.
Treat them well, and they'll keep us safe, I've no doubt.
Indeed, indeed. Scampers on board. Alright. The Krakensbane awaits the final blessing given to it by its captain, and awaits. It's now, it's packed. It's ready to sail.
All right.
Kind of like put a hand on Corzin's shoulder as we're going to walk onto the ship.
Yeah.
All right, Captain.
He is. You see, he has his head down for a moment, and you can feel more than see the grin on his face. But when he looks up at you and Scamp, he's sort of beaming, and he says, "You know, now that I'm here, and now that this is happening, I'm almost scared by how much part of me didn't believe it could."
Well, you better start believing it. That's your ship, that is.
Right, you are. And he climbs the steps up to the forecastle, and says to, I assume it would be.
Be to Pepper if you're looking at who's at the wheel.
Yes. Okay. Navigator Salts, I relieve you.
Aye, aye, Captain. The wheel is yours.
Right. Gather the officers. We're going to make off shortly.
Yeah, she quickly gathers everyone together. Viega's bosun whips people into position, and the crew and the officers stand ready, gathering. They load up, pull up the gangplank, finish loading cargo, get this quick signing off from the harbour master, and they kind of look to you, standing by the ship's wheel, the little halfling stool. The steps in place to bring you up.
I give him a wink. There's a small flash of rainbow inspiration.
Oh, thank you. I think I may need it.
They look to you expectantly. Vig grins. Orders, Captain?
Right. Now, you all know why we're gathered here? We're heading up north to Meadmere. We have a first mate to pick up, and a young man whose birthday it is in a couple of days, who I have no intention of disappointing. All of you have come from various different places, and I fully expect you all to prove to me that there is truth in the notion that we are stronger together than we are divided. Navigator Salts. Set a course for Werrick's Watch.
Aye, aye, Captain.
See that over there? And he just points out to see the sort of wind catching the sails. Get the sails up, we need every knot. Bring me that horizon.
The crew launch into action, readying the sails, catching the wind.
I cast wind.
And yeah.
I cast sustained wind.
You stand up onto the sort of...
All the wind.
It is essentially, there is a major's perch built into the ship to take advantage of this.
Amazing.
Like, it's essentially just a platform with a kind of seat, a fixed seat as well, because you can be doing this for a long time. And you gather your hands together, and with a burst, suddenly a raging, just like a massive gust of wind bursts forth from your hands, catching the sails, and the whole ship begins to speed forth onto the horizon.
As it's going out of the bay, Celestia gets out a guitar and starts singing. It's obvious which one she's going to go for. Oh, the Krakensbane is waiting for a crew to jump aboard to take her out to deeper waters further from the shore. For it's quiet and still in the harbour, not a voice to be heard in the bay. For the wind's coming down from Dule and the dreams will be on the waves.
And with that, the Krakensbane sails off. But we're not done just yet.
Oh God!
For the journey begins, and you start sailing out. Corzin, with advantage from the given from your shantyman there, and from the gusts of wind setting you off such an excellent day, I'd like you to make a Do you have the persuasion skill?
I'm not trained in it, no.
Then just give me a charisma check, please, with advantage.
Okay.
You got inspiration as well.
Yeah, and you can apply the inspiration to this.
I shall. I'm gonna need that.
Oh no.
I rolled double 2.
Oh, hun.
Ooh,
but
can I see Corzin?
I'll say this is like, I'm counting this as the...
I did roll an 8 on the inspiration, and I do have the DM's inspiration, which I think is a further D6 that I haven't used yet.
And you can definitely see Corzin as well.
Okay. Okay, that will be a grand total of 11 thus far.
And another 3.
That's 12, sorry.
12 with 3,
and an
that
extra
becomes
3.
15, which is a good
15.
number to have.
Oh, I am
is-
shaking.
Oh, despite a pit, like a cold feeling in the pit of your stomach, just a worry that maybe this isn't going to work. Maybe this is all a dream that you're going to wake up from. Your words stir the crew, especially as different as the crew is, as many parts make it up. And together, working as one, the crew set out and they find an initial sense of unity. That gives you that initial speech ticks up the crew morale by 1. So I'd like you to set your crew morale, unfortunately, at 0.
Okay.
Because
more than it would have been.
Yeah, as you discover during the days that follow, there are tensions between the crew. The existing tensions of a crew that's just been formed that doesn't yet know each other, further deepened by uncertainty, distrust, suspicion between humans and halflings, tieflings and goblins. But...
And a regiment of spider tieflings that no one's ever seen anything
Oh
like.
yes, there is one last thing which I forgot to mention. As setting off...
Oh my god, how did that go?
Yeah, that got thrown off. As setting off, there is a bit of surprise as a group of spider-faced tieflings with kind of purple, many of them with purple chitinous sort of skin, arise from down in the deck. And a number of the crew start panicking. Some of the Marines that you hired from Gull Town start going for their weapons before Trialer stands up, casting aside the wide robe he wears and goes, "So, I understand we are to fight by your side." Looks up at you, Corzin. I think the three of you are kind of still like Scamp. You started the gust of wind. Corzin's by the wheel. Celestia, you've just finished your singing.
I'm lounging on some part of the ship nearby with my guitar, sat on some slightly improbable bit of railing, looking down at it all.
Excellent. 2 companies of ships marines.
The best fighters
meet Trialer.
anyone could find.
Talc, who has by this point drawn a sawn-off blunderbuss and his hand axe, takes a moment.
I'm sure you'll teach each other a lot.
You watch as Trialer spins the 4 scimitars in his arms in a display. Goes, I have to say, I quite like the weaponry you have provided for us. Talc narrows his eyes. Right. Think I'm going to stick to the 2 weapons. Can't quite compete with that, but I'm sure we'll work it out.
In the case of a boarding action, I think playing to your strengths, the Trialer, your lot should deal with the close-ups fighting, and Talc, your lot should deal with the ranged.
Right. That works for me. There is, as I say, tension, especially with the sudden arrival of the, complement of spider tieflings.
Question, can they use their spider climb to go up and down the rigging like it's web?
Yes, they can.
I thought so.
Extremely useful.
They're able to move up and down the rigging
Excellent.
at their full movement speed.
Just generally, that's incredibly helpful on a ship, let's be honest.
So, the spider tieflings are received with, frankly, a fair degree of fear and distrust on the part of the human and halfling crew who have never seen this type of tiefling before, with wonder by the 150 odd tieflings other tieflings you have on board, and with just a cautious but willing suspicion by the clan of goblins aboard. Nevertheless, you make your way north, sailing up along the coast, past the coast of Sul, over through the narrow gaps in the seas, past Halfland, past Dovetail, on up through by the edge of the Osirian Sea. Days pass, but you are making a furious speed. I would like a navigation check. You can use Pepper's navigation if it is better than yours, Corzin, with advantage for the game.
Can I give him inspiration?
And inspiration.
Yeah, I want to give him inspiration.
Okay, yeah, it's slightly better than mine, so yeah.
I'm basically kind of stood behind him going, come on, we're going to get there in time for his birthday. It's good time.
Alright, that's a 17, but I will add the inspiration to that. Oh wow, excellent. That's 25.
Ooh.
For much of the journey, the weather is solidly on your side, and the crew are in fair spirits, working hard to try and reach this deadline. The idea of getting there for the captain's son's birthday appeals to a number.
It's
of
actually
them.
quite sweet. I think we'd struggle to not support it as a crew member.
I will say that, so you set out on the 1st, your goal is to arrive there by the 12th.
Yeah, I'd ask that we send to Molly to let her know that we're underway.
Oh yeah, totally. Like we can say that's happened, definitely. Yeah. I sent to Molly a few times to like update her. Yeah.
You don't.
But like whenever we can, we do that.
Okay. Days pass, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. Corzin, as captain, I would like you to roll me a d20, please.
Right.
Oh no.
Is there something you can have inspiration on? Because it's a different day?
This is essentially a luck check.
Okay.
8.
Ah.
Okay, the first of your problems comes to happen during the first leg of your journey. As you're working through, there is everything is quiet. It's not quiet and still. There is the constant low grade of Scamp producing producing massive gales every time they're on shift, especially during days when it's become. But you continue making fair time. It is a relatively dry day, chill, and with only a mild natural wind, but pushed by scamps. When you hear a sudden cry come from below decks of a few people going, "Oh shit! Ah!"
We'll run down, see what's happening.
Yeah.
Celestia, you make it down there first. You see that one of the oil lanterns used to look at used for illumination down below has crashed and spilled, and apparently did it during a brief moment where the section of the ship it was in was not attended, as a portion of the ship's sort of hull around that part has now caught fire.
Can I douse it with prestidigitation? How big is it?
But this is a small fire. So but when I say a small fire, I mean it's like a 5-foot square area type fire. So it's already the size of a bonfire. It's spread and is spreading.
Can I at least contain it?
I will also come down there.
Okay, I'll say it makes you can use prestidigitation to assist in this. And you are kind of working to try and contain it. Crew members are running in, so this is actually a case of coordinating the fire, the attempt to put out the fire. So I'm going to say that this is. So I'm going to give you a choice. Whoever wants to lead this, of either kind of urging people to coordinate the work, or essentially kind of browbeating them into it. So you can make whoever wants to lead this can make either a persuasion. Actually, yeah, I'd say because it needs to be. Can I make a persuasion or intimidation check?
ways, either or as far as Corzin's concerned.
If I got down there and I'm starting to contain the fire, I have really good persuasion.
This is a situation where I'd say...
Is that a thing? Yeah.
I think this... Yeah, you're an officer, and I think this is a
I
situation...
don't know if you'll let the shantyman do it, but...
No, they would. Some situations, only the captain or first mate will be able to order people around or the bosun. In this case, I don't
think it's so much ordering. I think it's
coordinating.
I think it's more like I'm saying, okay, I've got it a bit. Somebody get some water. It's fine. We're going to do this. Like, it's all lots of... it's encouragement rather than ordering.
Yeah, it's encouragement rather than ordering.
Tieflings, thaumaturgy.
Yes, please. More magic. More magic is good.
That's actually a good point.
Thaumaturgy can dim fires. So any tieflings around can help.
Yeah, you have a large number of tieflings on the ship. So a number of them start focusing as the fire dims in places, starts to go out. I would like you to make the performance check with advantage, please. Because of the
performance or persuasion?
Not performance, persuasion. Just looking at the wrong one.
26.
26. Okay, you coordinate, and within less than a minute, with the focus, using buckets and also just dimming the flame magically, you are able to reduce the fire down and pat it out.
Crisis averted. Excellent.
Any damage?
There is some damage because a fire broke out. So the ship takes 8 points of hull damage, but because you have access to improved mending, you are able to heal it relatively. You're able to heal it relatively.
I will
quickly.
start casting as soon as the fire's out.
Are we able to heal it without cutting into spares?
Yes. This is a small enough issue that does not dig. I mean, here's the thing. Like, the way that supplies work. It was less than 10 points of damage. So I'll say, especially with improved mending, there you're able to repeal it without losing any supplies.
There's not a hole in anything.
Yeah, no, it doesn't cause a major hole. But if the fire had gotten out of control, it could have spread. This has had some effects on things, but you dealt with it effectively and quickly, and there's a definite display of leadership. So I'm applying a modifier to this, but I would like, again, you're the captain. Corzin, roll me a D4.
D4, okay. 3.
Okay. So you are able to. Okay, with the assistance or with the quick work that was done to put it out, and the focus that people had on it, you have not lost any crew quality from morale. People are feeling confident in the leadership of the ship.
See, now this is exactly the sort of reason why I got everyone on board that I did.
Okay. You continue heading north, up towards the colder climes of Meadmere. Do any of you at any point investigate the crate?
I will make
No, but I do alarm it every day. Every 8 hours.
The suggestion that at some point we look at the next time that crate is opened.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I'd like to know what we're carrying and how many people it's going to hurt.
Okay.
We can do it in my quarters for privacy.
Well, no, we can't. I need to do it in the assembly room, but we can have privacy in there because we can demand it because you're captain.
Yeah.
You consider this, but I'm going to say that you don't quite get around to doing it for a few days. Just other businesses come into mind.
We can do it next episode. That's not urgent.
Yeah. Yes. So time continues, but as you get up further and further north, up to the 8th, when you come to the 8th of Falling Blossom, you find that you have travelled all the way to the northern tip of Meadmere. The temperature is getting colder. The winds grow harder. Snow falls. At this northern tip, there are thick sheets of ice that extend out from the tip of the continent, and you're having to coordinate and move through the moving ice sheets to avoid trouble. But the wind picks up.
Celestia's like mesmerised by this sea situation.
the winds pick up and up and up, growing stronger and bringing an absolute blizzard. They get strong enough that even that the use of sustained wind is actually ineffective because it can't fight. You're in full gale force wind, so it can't actually fight against the rage that it faces. As you are working through cold, icy circumstances, where crew are pulling on ropes, their fingers are starting to shiver, their knuckles are tightening.
Anyone who looks particularly cold, I want to spend a lot of time singing sea shanties, but while I'm doing it, going around with prestidigitation and giving people small bursts of warmth where they need it.
Oh, that's really useful.
You do.
Genuinely, anyone who looks super cold, I want to give a bit of heat.
The storm builds and builds. So I'm going to make this a skill challenge. You need 4 successes before 2 failures to make your way through the ice sheets. Mm-hmm. As the ship is going through, I'm actually saying that you're trying to keep morale up by inspiring and aiding them,
singing, warming people up,
cool.
Whatever they need.
I think that sounds like a performance check. I'd like you to make a performance check, Celestia.
That's only a 17. It's not amazing.
17. Okay. It is enough, however. That is a success. Cool. You manage to keep crew's spirits up as they work to try and keep the ship on track, but the winds start blowing and gusting. It's like they're almost... It feels like the ship is being dragged at intervals towards the ice, and the way that the winds are blowing is actually starting to turn. It almost feels like it's forcing the ship closer into the heart of this raging blizzard.
I will stand at the prow of the ship and cast Fireballs at any ice that gets too near.
Okay.
Thank you. I was going to suggest that.
And Fireball if it's big, if it needs to be.
Yeah. Okay. So you're gonna...
I have double range on those.
Okay, you're going to try and literally clear ice out of the way with flame.
Yeah, if it's getting... Yeah.
Okay. So this uses up some spells, but you're kind of keeping to a fireball where you can. I'm going to ask you for an Arcana check with advantage.
Are any bits of ice big enough we could use the battle guns on them?
Yes, and you actually, yeah. Okay, so I'll say, Scamp.
Yeah.
You do your Arcana check. I'll give you advantage, but you do end up using up. Just roll a d4.
Oh, a d4. 1.
You actually conserve your spells. You only use up 1 fireball. As
I can do it at a higher level if that would be.
No, I'm just working out how many spell slots you use.
Cool. I got an 18 on the Arcana.
Okay, you're able to you turn small icebergs to slush as you work on moving your way through. I'll say.
Do you want me to spend some sorcery points for increasing distance?
Yes, that's fine. Actually, no, you don't need to. They come up close enough that you're able to do it at normal distance. Okay, you want to. Corzin, you were saying about clearing out some of the crew, some of the shots, some of the icebergs with physical cannon blasts from the bow guns.
That would make any difference.
Yeah, give me a single attack roll from the bow guns.
Single attack roll, okay. Okay, that's a 17.
Okay, as one huge ice sort of berg of ice floats closer, almost being pushed by the wind and the tides right on a path of the ship. You load the guns, fire them, blast a section away, still coming on. Hurriedly, 2 minutes of furiously loading cannon, they fire another shot. It cracks the iceberg and splits it just in time. It kind of grinds and bounces off the edges of the ship, but you manage to make through with only superficial damage. All right. would anyone like to suggest one last thing they can do? Because as the wind is now, the wind is picking up. There are hailstones the size of golf balls flying through parts of it.
I mean, I have a thing I can think of. I have no idea if it would work.
Okay.
I mean, I could burn a destructive wave and not go for any people, but try and shatter some of the ice that's flying at us.
I think that's kind of being covered by Scamp. However, I'll say this then, as you think you're kind of coming towards the edge of the storm, or maybe getting closer to the heart, it's hard to tell, there comes a point where you suddenly realise, with the channels and the cracked ice, you are in almost a dead end. There's a very narrow passageway onwards between two huge sheets. I'm going to call this a navigation check to try and guide the ship with the ship's wheel through that narrow passage.
How narrow?
Just wide enough to maybe take the ship.
Yeah. We're going to be threading the needle here, people.
Is there any way to widen the gap? I have spells that can push stuff, but I don't know how big it is. So
these are massive shifts. These are massive sheets of ice, but maybe, you don't know, if you could break it, it's possible that you might be able to push them a little, and that could make the difference.
I'm going to try.
Okay, what spell are you going to use?
I guess Destructive Wave.
Okay, you spend a Destructive Wave to blast.
Or is that ridiculous?
I mean, you can, but... Yeah, no. If you want to spend a Destructive Wave on this to try and crack open, you kind of clamber down on some rigging.
I want to break some bits off it so that it gets smaller. That's kind of what I'm going for.
Yeah, you've got quite
concentrate
a narrow...
it all on one side and try and break some.
How high are these sheets of ice relative to the ship? Are they just towering over us?
They're not towering over you. The problem is that they're down quite near the level of the water. So
right.
It's but they are wide sheets. I'll say
I hang off
you can
the side of the ship and do that. That's fun.
If you looking at seeing as you trying to figure out how to hang, Trialer comes over, offers you two of his arms. Would you care for a lift?
Fuck yes, that would be
Clambering
really helpful.
down with spider-like grace to the side of the ship.
Can I smack the side of the iceberg with my guitar?
You smack down and spray of rainbow lightning comes out and shatters, delivering a huge crack through the ice, causing it to parts of it splinter. It makes the channel becomes a little bit slushy, a little bit easier to force the ship through. I'll say navigation check with advantage.
All right. One of those is a 1, so actually, technically, we're taking it off salts here, so that's a 14.
14.
Can I add a d4?
You can.
Can I see this? Spend the sorcery points. Add a 3.
Okay. You managed
that's
to
17,
narrowly thread through this needle. You've made it. You're almost there when, with you hear a thunderous boom from above as lightning begins to flash through the storm, and the rarely seen bolt of snow lightning, snowstorm lightning, which does exist but is incredibly rare, crashes down and blasts into the main mast, causing it to swing to the side. The ship veers off and with a grinds to a halt on the edge of one of these ice sheets. As Wheels scrambles over to look at it. Okay, that could be worse. We didn't take too much damage to the rest of the ship. But I can't put this up in all of this storm. And as you look around, you can see it's true. The whole, there is a constant gale force wind. People are sheltering just to stay up in place. And in the distance, through the raging storm, through the wind and the snow, you can just hear a low, constant drone.
What is that?
Like a horn bellowing through the winds. And that is where we're going to leave it tonight.
Oh.
To find out what happens here, join us at our bonus content, which is a rare in-continuity bonus content, which we will be about to record Dragon Meat.
Yeah. It will be a short special.
It will be a short special. For those of you following the playlists on YouTube and so on, it will follow immediately afterwards in both the bonus content and the standard playlist. And we'll have some special guests.
From Adventurers
From
Wanted.
Adventurers Wanted!
Yay!
But you'll find out all about that next time. So, thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
At last we're ready to depart. The next stage of our tale can start. To hunt the Kraken without fail. A message marked upon our sails.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No Kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.